but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates to third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey, Doug, look to your
That's not Tim's voice.
Look to your left.
Nothing there.
Okay,
Nothing.
Look to your not to your right, but to your hard right.
Yeah.
Hard right by the door. Nobody's in that chair.
Nobody's there either. Oh,
but look straight across from you.
well, hello, Kurt.
Hey, Chairman Kurt is at the controls
All right, that's
today.
Nice that he's here.
Papers is out. Jackson Burkett had a wedding weekend. It started with a shoot match apparently on Thursday night, and then Tim is out. He'll be back on Monday. He was hopeful to get in here today, but still fighting. He's got strep throat. So Tim is out. Jackson's out. Doug, where are we going to turn? Well, to Chairman Kurt, who I believe when he steps in there, he looks at the drops kind of like his Lou Gehrig moment. This guy, look at these. You're allowed to speak, Kurt. He's giving me a Vanna White right-handed toss to the computer screen, just showing a loaded bed of drops, Doug.
It feels like Jackson has been Wally pipped.
No, not at all.
You love the drop. You're good at the drops.
I like the drops. I don't join in the conversation all that much, so I like to give my attention over here, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But I learned it all from Jackson.
All right.
I'm part of the Burkett coaching tree.
Oh. And
Jackson has a tree now?
Despite the fact that I'm 13 years older than him, I am part of the Burkett coaching tree.
You're on his tree. Well, we're glad you're here. Chairman's here, Doug's here, Martin's here. It is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Stiefel Studios, and guess what, Doug? We loaded up the Polos Plus dossier today. It's the anniversary of the Blues winning the Stanley Cup.
Oh, that's right.
June 12th. It's also my wedding anniversary, and so I can never forget either. Oh. Because on my 10th wedding anniversary, I was in Boston.
How'd that go over?
Well, my wife said, "Do you really have to go?"
Yeah.
And I said, "It's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup." This is when you realize like what we do and what normal people look at what we do as kind of silly, which it is.
But you went.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
It isn't. You had to go.
I did go.
You can always do the anniversary dinner a week later, right?
My son, who at the time would have been, I guess he was 8, took my wife out to dinner. Wasn't that cute?
Wasn't that nice?
Yeah. So because it's the Blues anniversary, I said, who's fun to just kind of chop it up, talk Blues, remember that night and that. Darren Pang is going to join us. Panger, it's been too long.
Nice.
So this is a show, huh? Mm-hmm. And he said that to you guys because he wasn't impressed with the content?
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's
so. This is the show, huh?
There it is.
It was. Yeah.
He got the big, large twig on that one.
I think, so this is the show, huh?
I think
is really the slogan of this show.
It's also going to be the title of hour 1
there you go.
of the podcast.
He might be the best hockey analyst of all time. If Mike Emmerich is considered the best play-by-play guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I conflated the two terms. Emmerich is my George Washington there.
Right.
Great use of the word conflated, Kurt.
Dan Kelly would be up there.
But analyst, there's that Bill Clement who was everywhere for a minute.
He was good. Yeah.
And then you'd turn on NBC Olympics in the summer and Bill Clement would be calling ping pong. You're like, how did they figure that out?
And he did some commercials as the Marlboro Man. Remember that?
Darren Pang?
No, Bill Clement.
Mm-hmm.
Good mustache on that Bill Clement, right?
Yes. Kind of Magnum P.I.-esque. You like a bushy stash, Doug?
Yeah. Hold on. Sure. Can't grow one myself.
Panger, 8 o'clock. This is all part of the Polos Plus dossier. And then Rich Gould, friend of the show, who texts me on occasion, Doug will just send me a shot of his grill and what he's cooking that night. I think to let me know that he's living his best life. And I'm slogging away at the old Two Fox. But then he texted and said, "You want me to come in?" I thought getting him up in the morning was the challenge. He said, "I got nothing."
So is he coming in?
He's going to be in studio.
Fabulous.
And I said, "Bring the guitar."
I was going to say, did I see a tweet from you that said possibly bringing a guitar?
Yeah, I think there's a chance Uncle Rich will be here to entertain. And then, Doug, at 10:30, it is the Blues anniversary. There's only a handful of players left currently on the team that played that night in Boston. And one of them is going to be on this show. Friend of the show, Bob Thomas, Robert Thomas.
Fabulous.
At 10:30.
That's fabulous. Who else was on that team? Kyrou was on the team?
No.
Parayko.
No. Parayko, Bennington. And now Sundquist is still here for now. I don't know if he's going to be around. But anyway, Sundquist, who left and came back. But Parayko, Bennington, Thomas.
That's it? Kyrou come the year after?
Who am I forgetting? I think that's it. A year or two after, I would say. Where's Harrison's brother, Master, when Doug's trying to put Kyrou on the Stanley Cup winning team?
I thought he was on there.
No. Down to 3. It is pretty remarkable, the turnaround. So we also had a Stanley Cup final game last night, Doug. And then we had a Cardinal game at Citi Field. And then we had some folks at Six Flags stuck on the, what is it called, the Screamer, the Sky Screamer, which is that swings up in the air.
Yeah.
So all of these are on and the World Cup begins tonight. So, Doug, we have the Lifetime Roofing lead.
I believe because the Cardinal game was a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
I think maybe the NHL game is the lead.
Not the Six Flags Sky Screamer. They were stuck in the air for 3 hours. 120 feet in the air.
Do they get a free season pass out of that situation?
Would you want it?
If they asked for one, I expect they would.
Maybe a turkey leg or two?
Oh, at least that.
It just sounds horrible. 3 hours suspended in the air.
Yeah. Boy, it would take some discipline, some mental focus to get through that.
I think I'd have a little anxiety
crazy
there.
Ruin me.
You're strapped in, dangling.
At least it wasn't one of those roller coasters where they were upside down or something. Because that could be, I don't know if that would be life-threatening if you were to hang upside down. Probably not.
Depending on how long you're...
Yeah, it could be a health risk for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What I always enjoyed is if you had a problem down there at Six Flags, Doug, you would go to there was always a kid working the ticket area, the check-in point, and they're about 14 or 15. And they'd say, well, let me go get my boss. And he'd be 18.
Yeah.
But the kids ran the whole show.
Yeah.
All right, well, Doug says the lifetime roofing lead is Carolina. Now a game away, one more win from winning the Stanley Cup. Good old Carolina Hurricanes got it done 4-2 last night over Vegas. They'll send that series back to Las Vegas. They'll play on Sunday. No games tonight, Doug. Spurs, Knicks, Saturday. NHL, Game 6 on Sunday. What do you think the percentage is of Game 5 winners going on to win the Stanley Cup? So obviously it wouldn't be for those who clinched it in a Game 5.
Game 5 winners who go on to win the Stanley Cup. I'd say 80%.
74%.
74%.
Which would include your St. Louis Blues. Remember winning that Game 5?
Yeah.
I think Perron had the big goal. And then they'd come back to Boston for a Game 7. Carolina is going to win a second cup, potentially, Doug, or Vegas. Either way, if you had told Doug Vaughn 20, 30 years ago, oh, Carolina will become a hockey hotbed. Oh, Vegas. So, it sounds absurd.
Do the people of Hartford root against the Hurricanes? Is that a Rams situation? And they moved in my childhood or a time when I wasn't paying as much attention.
Yeah. I bet they don't pay much attention to it. Be my guess.
Is there anything else going on in Hartford?
The foliage.
A lot of insurance.
A lot of insurance, that's it.
Uh-huh.
And people that work at ESPN in Bristol, it's outside of Hartford, but they say there's nothing in Bristol. Absolutely nothing. So Hartford's the big city?
I believe so. And they chose Bristol, I think, if I have the story right, because they determined that was the best place to get satellite downloads for all games going on around the country. Something about that geography where their satellite dishes could pull down games better from that spot than anywhere else in the country. That's the story I read at one point.
Okay, interesting.
Because otherwise there's no real reason to be in Bristol, Connecticut.
They hate Carolina, yes. Get dominated, Lilith, you sub-Kurt.
Get dominated what?
Get dominated by Lilith.
Is this from the recovering alcohol?
Oh, yeah, recovering alcohol.
Yeah.
Is that a little insider?
Yeah, I kind of...
Lilith.
I may have fallen for a local female professional wrestler named Lilith Khan.
Like historically, or this is recent?
This is current. She's on the indie circuit as of right now. She's got to be standing in at about 6'4", 6'5", and could just throw me around like a rag doll.
Oh, and you would like that?
There's parts of me that I think would maybe
What
enjoy
parts?
that. No.
Oh.
Lilith Khan.
Huh. And you've gone to see her perform, have you?
I worked an event for my other gig with the recovering alcoholic at a local wrestling convention. There were some old timers there.
Local wrestling convention, Doug. Did you make the time?
I tell you what,
to be there?
if you think Six Flags is good people watching,
Oh, I bet it's outstanding.
this wrestling convention was like if they put a Walmart inside of Six Flags. So the people watching was great. Mick Foley was there, Buff Bagwell, but Lilith Khan won my heart that night.
Huh.
Have you made any gestures? Hey, let's grab some meth? No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
I don't know what would be the offer. Joking, of course.
I'll see if she wants to spar, maybe work on her
Spar.
Irish whip or something.
Guys, the chairman's already played more drops today than Jackson played in the last couple of days.
Okay. Why
To be
is the
fair-
show all about a drop?
Because we're lacking real material, Doug.
There used to be a place where they could go and play the drops themselves. I don't know if that still exists.
Clip that off.
That's the name of the website?
That's correct.
Let me educate the fellas about something, all right?
Okay, and that came from Clip That Off?
That came from Adobe, but you might be able to find that one on Clip
So
That
there really
Off.
is a site called Clip That Off?
Yeah, I believe the great Deke Dotem put that together. You can search by keyword, by speaker. It's a treasure trove of memorable clips from the show.
Just to hear a 2 or 3 second phrase or word or two. That's what supports the whole website.
You want to see it?
Well, okay, I'll take an example.
All right.
By the way, Kurt, while you're doing that, KGM 6'5", you want me to toss on a wig? That's from Big Blonde Dan, who apparently is a big blonde guy named Dan.
Oh, and he wants
I like
to,
ham hocks.
he wants to get beat up by this woman? That's what it is?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's something. This is for ATMA, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Careful.
Oh, wrong
It's
show.
7-11. The chairman's trying to get
Okay.
invited back for a second turn.
There will not be a
Running
Dear
the
Deidre
there will
today.
no- on the Polos Plus dossier, no Dear Deidre available. DM Kurt if you want to talk Dear Deidre.
Yeah, my Patreon, I'll read a Dear Deidre.
Guys on that Six Flags Sky Screamer, they got him down about 20 minutes before the storms rolled in. Oh, talk about extra torturous.
I didn't see video of how they got them down. I saw that they called the fire department in. They just extend a ladder all the way up there and pull them down that way.
They said they have their own equipment to deal with that, but on this, they needed to call in the pros. Oof.
Boy, that's got to really hurt the business at Six Flags. There's got to be some parents who are saying, I'm not going to send my kids out there.
There might be a few, but I think there's enough that just use it as a babysitting service that they won't be dissuaded.
Or now you think, wait, maybe the lines will be a little less.
Well, any business is going to have an occasional technical mishap. It's just that when it happens
The
at
show
Six
doesn't.
Flags, well, it does. When it happens at Six Flags, you're dangling up in the air, and it's kind of hits home that it's how scary it would be.
Doug, I'd like to apologize to you specifically. Jordan Kyrou played in 16 games that year.
I didn't want to hop in, but when
No,
you
you
said
should.
that, I thought
I
he
really
was
thought
part
he
of
was
it. I know
after
he
the-
wasn't like a fixture, but
Right.
I thought he was on the team.
I did not
That's
think
what I
he
was thinking,
debuted
too.
that year. Doug Vaughn was correct. 16 games. They had a goal that year, but it was not on the playoff roster.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong.
No.
He didn't do the job.
That's right.
Since we're in the apology department. All right, so yesterday, I believe it was late in the show, I was talking about, so I finally went to the doctor earlier in the week. I don't have strep, but I had some form of bronchitis, so they prescribed 2 things. Go to the pharmacy, one of the 2 not available, out of stock. So at the end of the show, remember we talked about it, Doug, and I never named them. I just said it rhymes with Schmalgreens. That's
Yeah,
all
it
I
could have
said.
been anything, really.
And you said, oh, CVS. I said, that's a great guess.
Yeah.
Didn't say anything. So then I called my local pharmacy. It might rhyme with Schmalger. It doesn't matter. And they said, we found it at another outlet over in Crestwood on Watson.
That's where I go.
Yeah. So we're in the drive-thru. My wife and I last night ran over there to get this prescription. And the young lady at the counter, real nice, goes and gets it. Says, what's the name? What's the address? Okay. You have any questions? You know, just puts it in the thing.
Yeah.
And from behind there was another woman. She said, hey, are you Kilcoyne from TMA? And I said, maybe.
Who's asking?
She said, heard you talking about us today. And I said, oh, no.
Well, that's how things get done.
Now I'm Larry David. I said, oh, well, she said, yeah, I heard you mention they weren't getting it done. I said, but you know what? You guys in Crestwood at the Schmalgreens get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So apologies for those who may have been slightly offended. So it's awkward. We leave there. My son texts my wife, hey, get me some Taco Bell. It's right next door.
Sure
you know what I'm
is.
talking about
Oh,
there in
yeah.
Watson.
Right by Kohl's.
Go through the old Taco Bell drive-thru, realize I didn't get my debit card back from the pharmacy.
Oh, no.
So now,
strikes
Doug,
again.
Now I got to go back and face him again.
What'd they say this time?
Hey, you guys do great work here. Willie, I can't believe you said that about Schmalgreens. So a little awkward, but they got it right. Feeling
Okay,
better.
good.
That's all that matters, Doug.
Good. It is kind of hard to believe in a town this size that a major drugstore chain might not call another neighboring store and say, hey, you got any of this, that, or the other? You would think that they could do that, wouldn't you?
One would think.
Maybe
But a
they're all
little-
independently run.
Now, what's the headline out of that story I told? Female listener.
Oh.
Appeared to be a younger female listener.
Yeah, that is odd.
So it's a win for us, even though I had to eat it. Perfect. Olds complaining about their medications they're taking now. That's from Big Tuft.
That's what it's come to. That's what it's come to.
Guys, more pharmacy talk without Tim. Doug's tape measure, I think they're critiquing the fact that we're talking about the pharmacy.
What do you want, Bucko? You want something?
I find when I get around people my age, it's really hard not to talk about what's bothering you, what your health problems. You really have to say, we're not talking about it. Everybody's dealing with something you reach a certain age. We've all got something going on.
What age do you feel like that happened?
Oh, about 60.
So I got a little time?
Yeah, you got some time where you can talk about things other than your health issues.
Somebody did catch me yesterday, kind of like, I don't know if I'd call it a moan, but kind of like a sigh as I, yes.
Like every old dad or uncle that gets up out of the chair.
Yeah. And I don't even know if I was moving. It might have been an idle sigh, but I'm catching myself making old man noises.
Yeah. Yeah. I've noticed myself doing that sometimes and try real hard not to. Get up off the floor or something, not go, oh.
Well, this gentleman here called Daddy Likey. Martin, I'm having a day. I was on a plane home from Toronto last night. Storms rerouted us back to Toronto about 4 minutes from landing.
Oh.
Now I'm being a fat at a Perkins connected to the Holiday Inn Toronto airport. Doug, you're helping me get through it.
4 minutes from St. Louis, and they went all the way back to Toronto?
I would ask them to just open the emergency door and let me
take your chances.
Yeah.
Couldn't you have stopped in Chicago or maybe veered over to Kansas City?
Do you think it's a international thing with customs where you got to go back to? I don't know. Daddy Likey, feel free to provide further information while you enjoy a. What do you think he's having, Doug? Pancakes or waffles?
I guess you probably have pancakes there.
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
No, you don't do that.
There's a reason they make those commercials about not turning into your parents because we all do it. It's inevitable. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Those are good commercials. I like those a lot.
Is that progressive?
I don't even know what they're selling.
Yeah,
That's a
it
bad
must not
sign.
be that great.
Yeah, the commercials are so good, you don't know what they're selling.
More noises, more of Doug making noises. It made something move. That's from the Pope.
Well, that's just what happens when I get up if I'm sitting on the ground or something.
Newsflash, Doug's making old man noises because he's an old man. That's from Moises Alou.
Guilty as charged. You'll all get there if you're lucky.
How's Iggy's Smoke hat giveaway coming along? Okay, now that's one that's over my head.
Were you listening? You didn't listen to ATMA
I'm a little
yesterday?
behind now on ATMA.
So Iggy, I guess, was doing a little spring cleaning and found, what was it, Doug, 72 hats?
I believe so, yeah.
72 hats.
And over the course of the next 72 after the morning afters, he's going to wear a different hat each day. And now on day 73, he's going to pick like a random number. For example, 11. And if you're the person that can correctly identify what hat he wore on day 11, you get the hat.
A used hat.
He's giving away hats that he's worn over the years.
Yeah.
Some are lightly used, some might be moderately used.
And he is willing to autograph them.
But you have to remember what hat he wore on what day. So you almost need to, it's a must listen.
I guarantee you somebody out there is going to take a screenshot for 72 days to be front of the line on this contest.
But would they want the hat?
Yes.
Well, we could give them
the follow-up question is why would they want the hat?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer to that.
No.
But would they want it? Yes. But I did the math, and there's 4 ATMAs a week. So doing this for
18, it's going to take 18 weeks to get to 72 hats.
This is a 4-month process that Iggy is committed to doing.
At what point will he forget, stop doing it, and I never promised that.
No.
He might make it through next week, but the following Monday, it might fall off.
It's an extremely generous offer on his part.
Guys, what station can I turn on to complain about Medicare? No, medicine. I'm sorry. What station can I turn to about my medicine complaints? That's this station. That's
one
from the
right
South
here.
City.
We'll get things done for you.
We're here for you. We've got the Air Comfort Service text inbox where you can be part of the show. We have the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And I did notice, Doug, that Caitlin Clark and that Aaliyah Boston, they both had double-doubles, scoring 30 points at WNBA First. And I was thinking that might trigger Chris in Des Moines, who had the call of the week in my book.
Yeah.
Do we have drops of the week? Did Papers leave those behind?
He did leave us a drops of the week.
The last time he did this where he was out on a Friday, I might have critiqued the drops as being a parking lot show where he was out the door.
That doesn't sound like something you would do.
It's always your own guys.
But yeah, he left drops of the week. I haven't listened, so they're going to be new to me too, but good on him for leaving that for us.
Sure. Nice effort.
Thank God the World Cup, the Stanley Cup Finals, the NBA Finals, the heart of the MLB season aren't going on right now. Much rather hear about medication.
Okay, leave us alone.
Big time sports talk.
Leave us be.
I did feel like Larry David would say, "Oh, you guys weren't you talking about us today?" I'm like, well,
I haven't been doing this kind of thing as long as you guys, but I'm starting to learn that you cannot forget that people listen to this. Sometimes you catch yourself and you think it's just 4 or 5 guys in the room just shooting it, but people hear what you say.
Yeah.
I told you we have a weather intern at 2 Fox for the summer. I think he goes to St. Louis U, and he told me that he is the chief berating officer at Lambert.
Important job.
And I saw the kid last night, and I saw the young man, kid, whatever. And I said, I think I mentioned that you're doing this. He said, yeah, my dad heard it, clipped it off. Careful what you say, Vaughn. That's what I tell you.
Okay. I told you my Medicare story, didn't I?
Oh, here we go.
So they decided at one point, we think you have arthritis. We're going to put you on this medicine called Humira. And it comes in a styrofoam case with dry ice, the whole bit. You got to give yourself a shot in the leg once a week. The shot didn't hurt, but you have to do that. And it's with my Channel 4 insurance, my out-of-pocket was $5 a month. I said, oh, okay, no big deal. Then I went from Channel 4 to Medicare, and the price of that medication went to $5,000 a month.
I'm not good at math, but that's a big increase.
It went from $5 to $5,000 on Medicare.
What if you offered him an autographed Iggy hat?
I went to the doctor.
Mitigate
I said,
the cost.
I said, I'm not doing that. And he said, no, nobody does that. I said, so what do we do now? He goes, let's not do anything, see what happens. And so I just stopped taking it, and I'm fine.
Time to die, Boomer.
You think anybody pays $5? What if you really had it bad and you could barely move? And
if there was a medication that I knew would save my life when I took the dose, I'm not sure I'd pay $5,000 for
how many
it.
people could or would? Because you kind of think when you get to Medicare, okay, they're going to take care of everything now. Nope.
Well, it just shows you how big of a farce the whole system is if you can get it for $5, but then in the blink of an eye, it's $5,000.
Doug, on a good text audit on the Air Comfort Service, text inbox, 701, no! Where's Tim? Wally Pip? And then this has been the worst week of TMA, period. Now, Doug, you don't know the years, but there's probably been a week or two where it was just a little worse. I don't know. Is anybody? That's a Buck Swope question, to be fair.
What was the worst week of TMA in history?
Yes. Has that been documented? We'll take your suggestions.
I don't know. There'd be a lot of front runners for that.
Chris in Des Moines may have woke up still drunk on Wednesday, and that's from Griff 2, who I think actually is Chris in Des Moines.
Oh, he called yesterday.
Guys, this is the best show since Posey left. Keep it up, Kurt.
Since Posey left.
I don't know what year that would have been. Do you remember that, Doug?
They meant Plowsy, probably.
Oh,
okay, typo.
Well, it would have been June 4th, 2024. That was my first day.
Is that right?
When I kind of shifted in every day. How well did you know Plowsy, Martin?
Well, when we were at the gift card era, we were around each other a fair amount. Love Plowsy. It was always fascinating how he just didn't gain any weight. Eat tons of food.
One of my favorite moments of being a part of the show was the day we weighed him in the old studio, because he was swearing he weighed like 120 pounds, and I don't think any of us thought it could really have gotten that low.
Because he's like 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah. And we brought a scale in that day, and he stepped on, and I videoed the whole thing, and he weighed in at 115 pounds.
Yeah.
And the man had 7,000 calories before the show went on the air every morning.
He was the height and weight that every runway model dreams about, being 5'10", 115.
If you've ever seen the movie with Christian Bale, maybe The Machinist, he lost a ton of weight, kind of did what like Matthew McConaughey did for Dallas Buyers Club. Plowsy just walked around like that.
He didn't have to work to get there.
Living on corn syrup and cigarettes.
Wouldn't that be fabulous, though, to just be able to eat anything you want to eat and never gain an ounce? Wouldn't it just be great?
There are people like that.
Yeah. And then there are people that can just nibble at food and still gain Still gain weight.
From Benny Hill's Snuff Box, really enjoying this week without all the fifth grade humor talk. Well, that's coming up in the next segment, I think. It's fifth grade humor talk.
Mm-hmm. We let the kids get dropped off at summer school before we start getting randy.
Before we really ratchet it up.
Guys, it's the worst week since week 37 of 2008, Doug. So week 37, 2008. Do you remember that?
Must have been a bad one. I guess I was there in 2008.
You don't remember?
20 years.
Text in. I don't know if the chairman can take calls because somebody pointed out earlier, wait, you can produce the show, talk, and play drops. Didn't think it was they're taking a shot at your guy.
I'm not here for that.
I would never do that.
He does all of that. Jackson does all of that. Why is it all about the drops? This is about us complaining and getting favors at Walgreens.
Jackson always says they don't like the drops. They like to complain about the lack of drops.
I think that's it, yeah.
Guys, I love the plow race when you filmed him running in Manchester. Who did he race?
He raced himself. There was like a over-under of how fast he could run a mile.
Yeah, he said. I think he said he could run a mile in 5 minutes. Was that it?
No, it wasn't that low.
Was it
maybe under
7 or 8?
Yeah.
And he did it easily.
He won.
Yeah.
Guys, the worst week was probably the week that led up to the Dodo when the dais was being auctioned off by gift card clown guy. The dais auctioned off.
I don't recall that.
Leading up to the Dodo. You were being auctioned.
That's right.
They could play with you.
Yeah, and no one got auctioned off at all except Jackson, who showed up and the people didn't know what he was talking about.
I think somebody misclicked when they bid on him.
Uh-huh. He said, "Here I am to play with your foursome." And they said, "Who the hell are you? Go away."
It'd be $2,000. You play with Dougie Vaughn? $2,000.
Was that the same time that the putting green got thrown in free of charge?
I believe it could have been.
Free putting green.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Penn, coming up, 8 o'clock, Blues anniversary of the Stanley Cup, June 12th, 2019. Here it is, June 12th, 2026. Darren Pang, the always excited. Have you ever talked to him in person, no cameras around, and he wasn't the same guy that you'd had on the radio or on TV?
Yeah.
He's just always fun, always upbeat. He's a delight, Doug, dare I say.
Sure is. He sure is. Always in a good mood.
And then Uncle Rich, who's just funny and uplifting in his own way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what do you want me to talk about? That's what he'll say 10 seconds in.
Does he travel much?
Rich Gould?
Yeah. Or does he just like to stay around here and hit the karaoke scene?
We talked about some places in Europe one time, just chopping it up at work. And he said, you know what? There's so many places in the U.S. I want to go. I'm not real worried about Europe. And he's like, I want to go to Montana, I want to go to Oregon, I want to go to the East Coast. And so
there is something to that.
There's a lot to see in the U.S.
You can do a lot of traveling and still not see everything in this country.
We'll take questions for Uncle Rich. Maybe he'll sing karaoke. And then Robert Thomas of your St. Louis Blues. We haven't talked to him in quite a bit. That's coming up at 10:30. It's the morning after Stiefel Studios. Brown and Crouppen, the title sponsor. And here in the 7 o'clock hour, it's the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you on a Friday on 101 ESPN.
watching me in the show. Tuesday night, get loose, 5 strong, no decision. Getting paid, getting laid, you can't even envision. You don't know what it's like, you probably never will. Get home around 11, fire up the grill. Midnight snack, a nice steak side of eggs. Bad day tomorrow, hit the gym, train legs up early with the boys. Quick 18, at boom, don't pitch again for a week, not a moment too soon. This life's not for everybody. It definitely ain't for you. You don't know what it's like, working once every 5 days. You don't know what it's like.
Is that your catcher?
No. Is this one of your hits?
Is it new? You heard it once, I think, at the golf tournament. This is an ode to McGreevy.
Oh. Working once every 5 days? It's tough.
But is this one where it talks about him being cheap? Or is that a different
That's a different one.
So McGreevy's got 2 songs?
He does.
Kyle Leahy, or as Sue calls him, Leahy, pitching tonight. They're in Minnesota, Doug. Your old stomping grounds. Oh, you were far away from the Twin Cities, were you not?
About 90 minutes or so.
Was your lead story Twins when they were playing?
Yes.
Kent Herbeck era? Kirby Puckett?
Tim Tuffle. Tim Laudner, catcher.
Yeah, I remember that. Roy Smalley on those squads?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he was good. Roy Smalley was all-star. They had some good teams.
USA. Let's go, USMNT. It's the U.S. men's national team, Doug. They
that
play
much
tonight.
I know. Yeah, they play
Taking on Paraguay.
Yeah, in Stan Kroenke's building.
Are we just going to ignore the fact that Martin's channel came back late from a water break during the Mexico-South Africa match to show a commercial? The Athletic was hopping mad that all the action that was missed. I did see some online discussion. Apparently, when they take a water break, Doug, there's certain etiquette about when you can go to a commercial and not go to a commercial. They're already mad at Fox.
Who's etiquette?
I think FIFA actually has rules about how they got a rule and everything. You probably just pay them and they'll make it go away.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, what do you mean a water break? Like somebody call a timeout?
Yeah, in the middle of the game. You've seen that before in soccer. They pause for a water break.
I know you like water sports.
Well,
see? They stopped for water sports during Game 1 of the World Cup.
I'd forgotten that it was on. Was it 100 degrees yesterday in
Mexico? It was in Mexico City. I'm sure it was toasty. I don't know how, but they have a water break. They don't have quarters or periods. They just play one whole half.
Right.
Except they do stop for a water break.
Well, that's nice of them. Yeah.
That Ian Dark, remember Ian Dark? He's just the voice in my head.
Yeah.
Absolute firecracker. He works for ESPN, but I believe he's part of the broadcast with Fox. I love it. When a guy like that is that good, they should just farm him out. It doesn't matter.
Well, maybe they have when the World Cup's coming around.
I believe, yes.
Yeah.
So we apologize. I'd like to apologize, Doug, on behalf of Fox Sports.
Who's mad that they took a commercial?
The Athletic has a soccer columnist kind of guy thing. I don't know.
The people that are paying for all this, heaven forbid they squeeze a commercial.
I don't think they missed anything. It would be terrible, though, if you had a game that ended up 1-0.
Oh, yeah.
And the one goal you missed is because it was a water break and your commercial ran a little bit long.
Not what you want.
There are guys who kick with both legs.
There
are.
Yeah.
I saw it.
But most of them, probably all of them.
Well, here's an update, Doug, from Toronto. I'm eating eggs, biscuits, hash browns, and enjoying the delicious taste of your voice, Doug. And KG, yes, I asked the Air Canada flight attendant who magically speaks more than just American if I could parachute. She spoke to me in French or some gibberish. So this is Daddy Likey, who is almost home and is now stranded in Toronto. Not a bad place to be.
When you're that close to home, you probably would have liked to have just gotten there. But if I'm coming home from I don't know what he was doing there, if it was business or pleasure, but when I'm coming home from a trip, I would love to get anywhere else but home.
You want to be stranded.
Send me to Toronto.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you volunteer when they say, we've overbooked the plane? Will anyone volunteer to...
If I don't have anything to get home to, then I take the vouchers. And
I volunteered once, and they said, no, you can't do it. I think it was just a Chicago to St. Louis trip, and I figured, well, there's going to be another flight an hour from now. But I went up and said, I'll volunteer. And they said, no, you paid full price. We're not taking you.
It rubbed me, when I came home from California last week, this rubbed me the wrong way, and I might have just had a little bit of the red ass.
Texas?
Yeah, but they came on the intercom before boarding and asked if there was anybody traveling as a pair that wouldn't mind giving their 2 seats up so that parent and child could sit together.
Yeah.
And then the pair would be, I guess, separated.
Mm-hmm.
And while that would be a nice gesture, in my head, I'm thinking you should have bought 2 seats together. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have. I agree with that.
Well, maybe they got in too late and there weren't 2 available.
No, if it works for you, fine, but you should not be shamed into it or guilty into it.
That's why I liked Southwest's old policy. If you were traveling with kids, you could pretty much guarantee that you were going to sit together.
But the pre-boarding got a little carried away.
Yeah.
Okay, we'd like all family members to pre-board. Then you'd see like 8 people get, okay. Any military members? Fair enough. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the insurance industry? Like it wouldn't stop.
Anybody on HD2 radio?
And at the very end, I'm
back.
like, you're the one sap left, like waiting. Well, I didn't pre-board.
And no matter, I could have checked in the moment it became available, and I always ended up like B34.
Tim said his trick was to get an early flight and an early seat assignment, and then put a naughty magazine on the seat next to him so no one would sit down there next to him. I guess it worked.
What if somebody said, ooh, I like it?
I try to look really like nervous and anxious. I think Tim has recommended maybe
like this guy might just vomit.
Yes, like get
Don't
that
sit
vomit
next to
bag
him.
out.
Mm-hmm. You could probably do that. Lean over, have the vomit bag out, and be leaned
Blowing
over
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the seat's open.
Because if you are walking to the back of the plane and you see somebody that looks like they're going through a panic attack,
probably not going to sit there.
I don't want that to be my neighbor.
No.
Can you tell some more Tim stories? That's from Salad Fingers. There it is.
I think the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to go all Tim stories.
We're not.
VP of VP. Guys, do you like kolaches? Gnawing down on a half dozen right now on the way to work.
A half dozen kolaches.
Pretty tasty, Doug.
Yeah, they are good.
I haven't had a kolache in a long time.
I don't think I've ever had half a dozen in one sitting.
I don't recommend that. On the way to work, my follow-up would be, what kind of work do you do? Because I don't see it being real productive. I'm with
Cellulite on cellulite, brother.
I'm with KG. Their lack of planning doesn't make it your problem.
No, but if it was a small child and they just get something happen,
I understand.
What do you care if you sit alone for 2 or 3 hours?
And it didn't affect me anyway because I was sitting alone anyway, so I couldn't have volunteered even if I wanted to. I think I was just crabby leaving Northern California to come back to
were you?
This place.
But I wouldn't mind. All I do in a plane is just sit there and try to fall asleep anyway. I would get up for a child and a parent.
I think you need to teach mom a lesson.
Teach her a lesson.
Book a little more ahead of time.
Stuff happens when you have kids. Last minute stuff just happens. And if you can do that for a child, you wouldn't do it? Just to punish the parent?
And then I had another problem. Like when the plane landed and we stopped, I was near the back. And I said from the time that we stopped moving until I took my first step to exit the plane was somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes. And while I'm all for parents like teaching their kids to be independent and do tasks on their own, deboarding the plane is not one of those moments.
Get your bag and get off.
Pick up Aiden, Caden, or Braxton and carry them down the aisle. That's not the time to let them try to drag their little Fisher-Price suitcase down the aisle.
Oh. It makes you wonder, as slow as people get off a plane, what would happen if there were an emergency and you had to get off there as fast as you could?
Chaos.
I bet it wouldn't go well.
No.
There'd still be people grabbing their luggage. It won't come down off the rack.
I'm picky because I hate when people get up and go ahead of what the expected order should be.
Yeah.
And I hate when people take too long. So I need that perfect middle ground of like, take your turn, but be ready when it's your turn.
Right. Okay. Man, this has kind of become airing of grievances.
Yeah, this is kind of the kin show.
Why doesn't Doug refer to the goalpost as the woodwork?
I might. I kind of like that. And the net is the onion bag.
Could you guys check on Tim just to see how he's doing? Thanks.
Okay. He's fine.
Toronto, by far, a way better place to be than stuck in St. Louis, from the Veiled Prophet. However, Jugs in D.C. said I'd rather be anywhere than Canada.
Oh, come on.
Screw them. Kids are stupid. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup. Kurt's 1,000% right from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer. That's That's enough KG for one show. Oh, come on now, Bano. It's only 7:44. I thought it was 10 something.
I'll walk out right now and let you two do your thing.
Running the board. Why don't we open the phone lines up? How do we do that? Preach, Chairman. I've got 4 kids, and the other kids are the ones that annoy me. That's from Iggy's Medicare rep.
It's tough traveling with little kids. It's really hard, because you don't know how they're going to behave. Their ears pop. Now they're crying. It's hard.
I'd almost be in favor of like an age, like if you're not a certain age, you cannot fly on a public flight.
Wouldn't that be discriminatory?
Ageist?
Yeah.
Sorry about
tell
it.
old people they can't fly too because they don't get off the plane quick enough?
If they move at a respectable pace, they can fly. If I got to piggyback Joan down the thing,
you have to pass some sort of fitness test to fly in this country?
Yeah, I need you to like walk a 40-yard dash. And if you fail, off to the island. Plowsy's Island.
He wanted everyone dead at 70, right? Isn't that what he said once?
I thought he just wanted them shipped off to like a quarantined island somewhere.
Just to kind of sit and rock until they stop breathing.
St. Louis is bottom third, slowest deplaning. See, there are facts backing up all this discussion here. Text inbox.
I think it's because when you land in St. Louis, you know you're getting ready to be screamed at. You know what you're walking into. Why would you want to get off the plane? So I think I get it.
Please remind people that text or call, and if you can't say something, I don't know, kind of nice, just don't say it. That's from the 636.
I wonder if we'll ever get to the place with air travel where they'll say simply, you can't take anything onto the plane with you.
Like a carry-on of any sort?
You cannot.
Just your body.
That would eliminate all the checking when you come in. It would eliminate can't get on and off the plane in a hurry. Are people taking too much on there, trying to stuff luggage into the top?
That's another thing that bothers me is when I go to check in and I see somebody that is at the check-in counter with they're like crouched with their suitcase open and they're rifling through trying to get it down to 49.9 pounds. And
Trying to get it down to 49.9 and the guy behind you weighs 400 pounds. They're okay with that, but your luggage is half a pound too heavy.
Guys, is Tim still out? Jesus, do you have strep or Ebola? From Jonathan Mardukas.
Gosh.
I think by Monday we'll have the whole gang back together. And next Friday is when we're going to be outdoors doing the food collection.
Ooh.
Operation Food Search next
That'll be
Friday.
fun.
Yeah, in the old park. I think every station at Hubbard's going to be out there broadcasting live. That is next Friday. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Stiefel Studios. Polos Plus dossier locked and loaded on this Friday. Martin, Doug, and Kurt with you. Tim is out. Been under the weather, dealing with strep this week. And then Jackson had a wedding engagement. Not engagement. He had not his own. That sounded like he got married. It'd be kind of rough if he did, and he didn't invite any of us.
Yeah.
He had a buddy's wedding this weekend, so he's out. But the Pujols, it's in my head. What if we had a Pujols Plus dossier? What do you want, man? Leave it alone. We've got Darren Pang coming up 8 o'clock. Uncle Rich Gould at 9, or Robert Thomas at 10:30. Collier and Thompson phone lines, they're wide open. And, Doug, you know that number probably better than I do. What is it, 9?
974-0101.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm new here. I just don't know the numbers. But you can text in as well. The Air Comfort Service text inbox, the 7 o'clock hour, powered by Healthcare Evolution. And if you want to email in, we do that a little later in the program. It's called the Design Air email of the day. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Cards Twins tonight in Minnesota, weekend series. Kind of a random trip between Mets and then Twins. Thursday, kind of a, it's an entertaining game. They lose 5-4. Juan Soto, the go-ahead home run that was off Jojo Romero. Hunter Dobbins. I had friends text me, why is Hunter Dobbins pitching? They thought somebody was hurt. They're doing this 6-man rotation. I guess you just buy a little extra time for all your guys.
I guess. They're trying hard to keep everybody healthier and give them an extra day off at this point of the season. I'm sure it's helpful. Probably
some studies that have been done. The guy who's had a lot of off time now would be Riley O'Brien, who was a little wobbly last weekend. Maybe it helps because he didn't have to pitch in this series and in the off day on Monday. In the game, though, Alec Burleson, another homer. He's got 11 homers. He's got an 11-game hitting streak. Walker got another hit. Newt got back in the groove, Doug. A couple of hits there. Jimmy Crooks didn't let us down. Hit a home run, his first since being called back up.
Had another ball caught at the track.
And then we had Nolan Gorman. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
What did I see?
This poor fella.
It's like 3 for 48 with 29 strikeouts, something like that.
Recording on the radio say he's on the struggle bus. So I don't know what you do there.
At some point, just for his own mental health, you're going to have to do something. You can't just keep putting him up there to strike out 2 out of 3 at bats.
Right. I think we're getting pretty close to some sort of, not career decision like we're cutting him, but maybe ship him down for a little bit. If you can do it with all these other guys, and eventually you look around the room, and if you're contending for a wild card, and right now they're 3.5 up on what would be the 4th place team in the wild card race, you got a comfortable spot at this moment. If you're contending for that and the guy just doesn't produce at all, you look around the room, I think players kind of go, well, why does he get to stay? My best friend's JC. My best friend's Vic Scott. You sent him down. What about this guy?
Right.
I think that seeps into the room.
And he probably feels horrible, too. Everybody else is happy. The team's going great. Things are going well. People are slapping each other on the back, and he just is not contributing much at all.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a horrible feeling, but I think they're getting closer. You got to do something. Even this weekend, maybe a couple more starts for a Torres or a Fermin. Just mix it up a little bit.
You want fun with stats and a callback to yesterday. Nolan Gorman already has significantly more career strikeouts than Tony Gwynn.
Already career, and this is because a caller who didn't have a dangerous take, they had a hot take, said that Tony Gwynn was overrated.
Right out of the blue.
Hold on, Gorman already has more strikeouts than Tony Gwynn?
From what I'm seeing, Nolan Gorman has 612 career strikeouts.
In 5 years.
And Tony Gwynn in 20 years had 434.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good player.
He was no Wade Boggs.
Well, he and Boggs are comparable, I'd say.
Overrated, according to a listener of this show, Doug.
Lousy players that had no business in the big leagues, but somehow he got through for 20 years.
Cards lose, but there's still 8 games over 500, 37 and 29. Here's an interesting stat, Doug. If I asked you what team in the National League has the fewest home runs?
Did you say what team has the fewest home runs? How about the Pirates?
How about the Brewers?
Really?
The same team that is way ahead in the division. Isn't that amazing? That whatever you always look at their roster. Usually it's pitching, but you look at their roster and say, why are they so good?
Yeah.
Year in, year out, still good. I was looking that up last night because the Cardinals are kind of middle of the pack. They hit a fair amount because they hit 7 homers in the series in New York. Because every once in a while you worry about run production with the lineup. And so let me look up the stats. They're right in the middle. But then you got the Milwaukee Brewers and the Miami Marlins at the bottom of home run leaders. So it just shows you, I guess, Doug. You don't have to hit the homer.
Right.
But it's nice when they do.
But that's kind of where we are in baseball right now is the home run is everything. The Brewers are kind of proving that maybe it's not. They're near the top of the league in runs scored without hitting all the home runs. And they've got clearly the best pitching in the Central Division anyway. That's the key.
Martin, 4 games back, they're winning the division. These Cardinal fans are getting a little optimistic. Lisa says that's why they don't win in October, perhaps talking about the Brewers, who typically don't do much.
I don't know.
In the postseason.
Ask a question I don't know if I should know the answer to or not. Do the Brewers, have they ever won a World Series championship?
No.
The Brewers have not.
Okay.
Lost to the Cardinals in 82, famously. Been around since, what, about 1970?
Yeah, the Seattle Pilots played 1 year and got like 25, 30 games rained out or something. They said, we can't do this. And they quickly moved to Milwaukee.
And the Padres don't have one?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Rockies?
Don't have one.
Nope, lost, I think, in 07. Mariners?
Don't have one.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was really a good time.
Rangers recently got one, took them off the list. Yeah. Expos could come back. They haven't won one. Tampa Bay Rays have not won one.
I was 9. Were the Expos a threat to win in 94 when the season got canceled?
I don't know about 94, but they always had good players.
Yeah, they had some really good players and traded away some great players like Randy Johnson.
Pedro was there,
Gary Carter,
mistaken.
Andre Dawson, Tim Raines. I mean, it's unbelievable how many great players.
Why do you hate John Bacabella?
I don't.
Did they destroy that stadium? Any of you familiar with Montreal infrastructure?
I was up there in 2006. Doug was with Cousin John and Steve Hughes, and we actually drove around the old Olympic Stadium. It was still there. I think it might still exist. It was part of that cookie cutter era. Looked a lot like Three Rivers or Busch Stadium or
Maybe they play Canadian
the Vet.
football there.
I don't know if it's still there, but as of my reference point, 20 years ago, it was there.
I've always wanted to go to Montreal. I've heard it's like a European city.
Yeah, great
North
city.
America.
I've heard that if you go to Quebec City, it's really as if you're in Europe.
Yeah.
Even more so than Montreal because all the French-speaking folks there.
I had a brother and sister-in-law lived in Quebec City for a while, and they said the snow was just overwhelming. They couldn't deal with it.
Doesn't sound like your kind of place then.
No,
Guys, I'm podcasting the show from yesterday. A lot of talk about Centralia. We did kind of weave off into. I think Jackson had his top 5 cities, and it was New York and Centralia. Guys, James Brady, the man who took a bullet for Reagan, is also from Centralia. That's from Turns Have Tabled. I didn't know that. Real quick, Steve has called in. We always tell folks phone lines are open. Callier and Thompson phone line. I don't want to ignore those fellas.
No,
Doug, say
do
hi
that.
to Steve.
Hello, Steve. Steve.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Yeah, good. Look, I was listening to you guys yesterday talk about the bottom of the lineup, that, you can't go 0 for everything.
Yeah.
And I think yesterday's shows the reason why you can't have a bottom of the lineup that goes 0 for everything. Because the guys at the top are eventually not going to hit. And, you're not going to make the playoffs when you only have 4 hitters contributing. And as far as Nolan Gorman's concerned, I mean, the poor guy, he's finished. I think anybody who's fair-minded, who really understands what's going on, knows the only reason why he's still in the major leagues is because he was a first-round draft pick. I mean, here's a guy, if somebody just said that he has more strikeouts than Tony Gwynn in his career.
That'd be Chairman Kurtz.
Well, if you look at his lifetime stats, he's got almost more strikeouts than he has total bases for his career.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, anybody else would have been sent down to AAA or AA, but, you can't have a number 1 draft pick who doesn't get brought up and stay up, because then the general manager looks like a complete idiot, like we know our previous one was.
Well, I think there's, I think, Steve, there's less pressure now to try and prove that he's going to work out because of Walker working out. So it's less of a thing. It's like, listen, they don't all work out. You know what? One guy's fine, the other guy's not. I think there's less pressure, and it's not Heimblum's draft pick, as you mentioned there. I think there's a shelf life to this. They'll probably try a little minor league stint. Hey, let's get him right. He's really beating himself up. Send him down there for a while. And then one more call up, and if it doesn't happen, I think this is the year where you make that decision. But I think the fan frustration is certainly there. Steve, appreciate you calling and listening to the program.
Thanks.
All right, this is TMA, Doug. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. That was on the Callier and Thompson phone line. The next one to call up that number and dial us up is going to be our buddy Darren Pang.
Oh, okay, good.
2019, he was there in Boston, the Game 7 for the Blues. It is the anniversary of the Stanley Cup. We'll talk to Panger. Other side of the break, Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you. TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Chairman Kurt with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards dropped the finale in New York yesterday, 5-4 to the Mets. They'll be back in action tonight against the Twins, Kyle Leahy on the mound. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Now, is this chairman inspired, or is this I was going to say the real deal, but that's rude. I don't mean...
No, no offense taken. This is
a recording artist.
This is the instrumental of Shebang by Drake.
Sounds like the Chipmunks.
That's the voice sample you're hearing.
Okay.
But yeah. Sorry to the YouTubers. Ox has got to be off on that, so you're not getting this.
So then they hear us talking about it, then they're mad because they didn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But how mad would you get really if you're at home or at the office?
And for 10 seconds you don't hear music?
And so that's it. That's all you can take.
Well, and then you guys are playing the how old are they and fun little guessing games, and they don't have the context.
Well,
I get their frustration.
Okay, knock it off.
Send your angry emails to Doug Vaughn.
I'll take them.
Doug@vaughn.com. You can also email this show, the designer email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is TMA on this Friday. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you. Tim still under the weather. He'll be back, we presume, Monday. Jackson out. Wedding weekend for a friend of his. It's the Brown and Crouppen TMA show in the Stiefel Studios. And right now, Doug, on that Collier and Thompson phone line, you said you thought he was one of the most miserable people you've ever been around. It was always just kind of a jerk. Yeah. Nobody cared for him. It's why we ran him out of town. But we still thought we'd talk to him. Darren Pang is online. Panger, how are you?
I'm doing fabulous, Martin. I think that was a kind thing for you to say.
Thank you,
Very
buddy.
kind.
See, look at that. He killed us with kindness, Doug.
Sure did, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Doug, how are you? There's the
fine.
good part of the show right there. Doug, it's been too long.
It has been a while. We miss you in St. Louis.
Well, I miss you too, my friend. I miss you too. Not Marty. I miss you.
Oh, well, he's such a jerk. I told you this guy.
Difficult.
Get this ass off the line, Kurt. Right now. Right now. Do you remember you called this
somebody did, Marty, before I go there, before I end it, somebody did remind me the other day of that, of what we did with me with the what do you guys do? You guys roasted me.
Oh yeah, the Panger roast.
And man, people still say, who's that TV guy? He was unreal. You got a lot of accolades for your roasting of me.
Oh,
really
thanks,
good.
buddy. It was a lot of fun. It was down in it was great. Was it kind of like a union hall or something? It was a really nice building right downtown off Shoto and.
Right off Shoto. The union workers or the labor fitters or pipe fitters room. Anyway, it was really good.
Stu Grimson was the host, and you remember him, Doug? Kind of
the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, like a meathead. He's a lawyer, and he's all like GQ. And I said, "Who is this guy?" Stu Grimson.
That's right. My buddy Jim Ralph. He was also there.
Jim Ralph does he do imitations too? I think he did some voice stuff.
Yeah, he did Morgan Freeman.
Yes, that's it.
Morgan Freeman. Fantastic.
All I know is when I left that night, and I just kind of, I didn't want to go after my buddy Panger, so I just kind of ripped the room instead. And I left, and Dan Deerdorf was there. And he texted me and just said, "Holy SH." And I was like, I guess he didn't see it coming. But, boy, that was a lot of fun. Nonetheless, great to have you on the show. Our buddy Darren Pang, and it is the anniversary, 7-year anniversary of the Blues winning the Cup in Boston. And obviously you didn't have TV duties that night. I know you were there taking it all in. It was so much fun. Mm-hmm. What's most vivid about that night for you?
I got the ring right in front of me right now. What was most vivid? I think it was the first of all, the excitement of the game. After the night before that, we had a large group go out to the north end, Italian Place, and Bernie Federico and Mike Caruso and the radio, the TV guys. So we Tom Stillman, just a large group of people that we just had a blast. I mean, we just had so much fun together because the one thing that some teams don't do that the Blues did really, really well was include us all. We flew on the plane on our same seat. We did the same things. It was Craig Berube, Chief, said to me one day, he said, we got to do everything the same. He said this before the playoffs. If we're going to win the Stanley Cup in 16 games, then I want everything to be normal. Don't do it.
Oh, we lost him.
He's gone.
Oh, we lost him.
He's just getting to the good part, too.
We like a good build-up, Doug.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of drops
We were
off.
teased.
People are already texting in questions for Panger. We didn't encourage that, but you can. Text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox with questions for Panger. And he was just getting knee-deep into a story about kind of the build-up to Game 7. Remember, they lose on a Game 6.
Badly.
On a Sunday night.
Got crushed here, 5-1.
Yes, and then they travel Monday, don't play again till Wednesday. And at the time, I wondered, God, is that good? You're just going to sit around and stew for several days that we blew it? I thought, I'm sure like many people did in that moment, boy, this is the most Blues thing ever, right? They had a chance to do it. Tortured fan base that night. Remember how many people had lined the streets of Market on that Sunday night?
Ready to celebrate.
I think they had it closed, just ready. And then there was something that leaked about Tom Stillman. Remember, there was going to be an ad in the paper thanking the great fans. And somehow it got emailed to some of the season ticket holders. And then there was a story written about it online. And it was like, oh, no. We're going to be talking about this like a billy goat years down the road. But nonetheless, they did go.
Not sure what happened there.
Oh, buddy, you're back, pal. It's okay. But you were talking about being out and Stillman, how they included you and just.
Oh, it was so great. But then afterwards, when we were in the third period and we're watching Bertie Federko, how excited he was after all those years of watching Bobby Plager pace up and down. That kind of, for me, was, not ever playing for the St. Louis Blues. There was just a moment of really, it was really calmness. It was really cool. It was really watching those guys, and all the history that they put into it, and all the highs and lows, and all the times that I'm sure Bobby and Bernie, hoped to win the Stanley Cup, and then they're watching and looking down below. And then when we got on the ice and we did the interviews, and just see the excitement of the guys and get in the locker room, and it was just, I don't know, it was really, really something else to be a part of that. Even though, and I say this, I don't know, I say this so respectfully for anybody that's been a broadcaster or part of a team, like. I didn't dream of winning not winning. I didn't win, but I didn't dream of being part of it by being a broadcaster, if you know what I mean. I just dreamt as a kid from an early age, lifting the Stanley Cup. And I think when you watch the players do it, when you watch Steiner do it, the guys that had blood, sweat, and tears, that was really emotional and exciting for me to watch those guys, after all they've been through, to win the first Stanley Cup in the history of the St. Louis Blues. So I'm really, honestly, really, really, really super glad that I was a part of that whole thing, and I have it forever. I got that ring right in front of me right now.
And I love watching the pregame, the Chief pregame, where it's kind of like we're going to go kick their ass. And I felt like, and when your phone call dropped, I was saying to Doug, the disappointment of Game 6, and I think for Blues fans who'd been tortured over, they thought, oh no, we had it. It was right there. We were on our home ice. I think it needed a coach like Berube, who could kind of just say, flush it, don't give a rip, don't care what anybody's saying. Idiots are probably, I just felt like he had, and I know probably a lot of coaches are like that. I just felt like he was the guy who could get it done in that moment.
I do agree with you. I think, that speech was one for the ages. That was kind of an old school. That's what it was like when we were younger, when we were playing, whether it be a big tournament in Bantam or midget or junior hockey. That's the way the coach would speak. That was it. It was simple. It was to the point, and it was a let's effing go. That's and we can't forget though that first period. If a player were to win the Conn Smythe Trophy and not win the Conn Smythe Trophy, it was Jordan Binnington. Like, holy smokes. Game 5 in Boston, Game 7 in Boston, especially the first half of the game, he stole it. He actually kicked them and their fans, right in the groin with that performance that he put on. I'll never forget that. He made saves that you're not supposed to make in that kind of situation. It was unbelievable.
They could have got buried in that first period if he hadn't stood on his head and spit wooden nickels. We haven't heard that saying since you left.
Doug, you got that right. And there's nothing like a goaltender standing on his head and spitting out wooden nickels. You hardly ever see a guy do that and still give the other team the old 9 of hearts and thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah. And as good as that team was, it felt like they had a chance the next 2 or 3 years to possibly repeat, but COVID really messed things up for them, didn't it?
Yeah, they sure did, because the next year against Vancouver, it was a heck of a series. But if you remember, the goalie Thatcher Demko for Vancouver did exactly to the Blues what Jordan Binnington did to the Boston Bruins. I mean, he was unreal. At that point, I said, this goalie is the next best goalie in the National Hockey League. And unfortunately for him, he just kept getting hurt. But Quinn Hughes, that was a breakout kind of playoff for him. And then, then everything got quiet. But also the loss of Jay Bouwmeester, that was just when COVID started. I remember John Kelly being, pretty sure it was the same time. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm missing dates or whatever. But when Jay Bouwmeester went down in Anaheim, and I was between the benches, and we saw that took a big chunk of the spirit and life out of the boys, for sure. Make no mistake about that. He was such a huge part of everything, and that was a devastating time for the players.
The fans may not have realized that because Bouwmeester was kind of quiet. He didn't appear in the media a lot. I don't think a lot of fans appreciated really what he did for the team. No,
I was a little bothered by the fans have a good read on players, and what they don't like is a lack of effort, but I wish that we as broadcasters could have told the fans more about his injury when he had the hip injury. Remember, that's when they started getting on him. And then he went and had double hip surgery, and he came back and he was just like a young Jay Bouwmeester skating around. And then everybody was like, whoa, we love Jay. But I remember there was a couple of, maybe a year or half a year that it was pretty tough on him, and they were tough on him for sure. But they just didn't know the extent of the injury. They just thought he was an older guy that was done. And he wasn't a physical guy, so he couldn't endear anybody with that part of the game. In terms of the fans, like when an older guy's not playing well or they're at the end of their legs, they can, like a Barrett Jackman could still drop his mitts and go, or a Pat Maroon or something like that. But Jay wasn't that kind of player, but man, was he good. I mean, really, really good. He's got Hall of Fame credentials. And I think when it's all said and done, when we look at his numbers, his international success, and the fact that he, the first Stanley Cup and the only Stanley Cup in the history of the St. Louis Blues, I think he's going to, down the road, I think he's going to get more credit than we think.
I was thinking about that because when the Blues, they had McKinnis, they had Pronger, and then they went and got Grant Fuhrer, and there was Gretzky and Hully. They've always had superstar play. They just could never get over the hump. And then you look at that team, and I was going to ask you that, who's really, maybe Petro, but other than that, these are guys who are really good, like Ryan O'Reilly, Braden Shen, like great Steiner, great careers, Binnington, but not Toronto Hall of Fame worthy, except maybe you're saying Jay, and now maybe I was always thinking Petro is the guy.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, if Petro kept playing, there's no question about it in my mind. No, absolutely zero question. He would be a Hall of Famer, just for everything Petro brought to the table. I mean, it was on the defensive side. It was it was on the offensive side. It was the minutes that he logged. And also the thing that I always admired about Petro, and I always said this to him, like when the Heat got at its very hottest, that guy was at his calmest. Like there's very few guys have that. Like I'll be between the benches and you could be in Game 7 and Petro would come by and just look at me or say something that was so out of left field. I wondered sometimes what is he thinking about at this moment, because this pressure is not getting to him whatsoever, and that's why he was so good when it was at its highest, when it's at its hottest. So, but I agree with you on that. I mean, Bo probably won't, but what I'm saying is when you look at his numbers at the end of it and you compare him to some of the guys that got in or are getting in, you'll say, why isn't Jay Bouwmeester getting more credit? That's what I'm saying. So hopefully he does. Hey, heck, who knows? Maybe it won't. Maybe one day they'll go in together. That's still a possibility with Petro, with 2 Stanley Cups and the kind of minutes that he played.
Do you think more teams will do what Vegas did with Tortorella? I guess they're calling it a closer now, and we saw the Islanders try to do that as well. Fire a coach real late in the year, bring somebody in. Do you think that's a model that could work?
Boy, oh boy, that takes. I'm going to say it can mirror that because it's happened, but it happened in 2000 or 2001 with Robbie Ftorek, New Jersey Devils. 8 games left. He got replaced by Larry Robinson. They ended up winning the Stanley Cup that year too. So, it's not unprecedented. But I don't think it's going to be as common as you think. I mean, that's a big chance. Obviously it didn't work for the Islanders at all. But I think the Islanders were different because they thought, well, we like this coach, we want him for next year. Let's bring him on right now and give him that familiarity. We're going to pay him a boatload of money, and we'll we're not banking on him, going all the way and winning the Stanley Cup, but we'll get him on board so we don't lose him in the offseason. I think that was more than anything there.
It seems kind of unfair to me that you got a coach takes a team through the training camp and a long season, 5 or 6 months, and you get right to the end and he's got him in playoff position, and then you fire him. That just seems like dirty pool to me.
Yeah, and you're talking about a real good friend of mine too. So yes, this is a personal one. I mean, Bruce Cassidy and I played on 5 different teams. We played on a Memorial Cup winner, a Turner Cup winner, and I get to go to dinner with him all the time. I was with him just prior to this happening. After the Olympic break, some of his big boys, Jack Eichel, who still hasn't really performed to Jack Eichel levels. If you watch the way he's playing right now, I think he's just out of gas. But he was out of gas for Bruce. So were a couple of their big boys. They kind of checked out. And because they checked out, there goes your coach. And, Bruce Cassidy could still be the coach that's got them in this position if they would have left him there. It's a possibility. But as it turns out, Torts has come in here and done a pretty good job. And but the foundation was already set up. The work ethic, the system, the foundation, it was pretty good. And Carter Hart wasn't really there for a large part of Bruce's. They struggled with their goaltending, and then Carter Hart got on a bit of a roll here, and obviously he's taken them to this far. But on that note, what a great Stanley Cup finalist has been, fellas. I mean, 2 teams that have no rivalry. There's nothing there, but yet the games have been so outstanding, every one of them.
And high scoring. Did you see that coming?
No, I didn't. I thought it'd be, honestly, the way that Vegas was defending in the first few rounds, I'm like, there's no way that Carolina's going to be able to get to the net. But Vegas has been loose, real loose. I mean, that's not the way they played for the majority of the playoffs, but maybe it's something that Carolina's doing. Carolina's man-on-man. I think Vegas got a good zone, but Vegas keeps turning the puck over, and Carolina keeps taking advantage of it. And then when Carolina seems like they're in control, they turn the puck over and make some silly mistakes, and then it ends up in their net. So this is fun, entertaining. Don't take your eyes off the TV set hockey for me.
All right, questions for Panger. He didn't agree to this. We didn't clear it with Lynn or corporate or the folks at Meadowbrook. But if you want to fire off, and a bunch of people have already done that. So many of them are golf-related. This is hilarious. Darren Pang from Chicago Blackhawks, formerly the Blues. Do I really need to say that? But the TNT announcer as well, one of our all-time favorites. Panger, favorite golf course you've played in Chicago? That's from the Horny Banker.
Hey, the Horny Banker. Well, for sure, the one course that if I were going to, if I was dying and I had one more crack at 18 holes, I'd want to play Chicago Golf Club. It's in Wheaton, Illinois. It's one of the 5 founding members of the USGA. It's a Seth Rayner, CB McDonald, and it was basically my backyard, but I could never be a member there. I always said there was 118 members, and most of them are dead. But I got to play there. I got to play there an awful lot, and it is for sure that would be my most favorite golf course.
Let's see. Love hearing Panger. Ask him how his son Tyler is doing and the pig. Did your son have a pet pig? That's from Berg the Blob.
That is the best question.
Is that real? Real? When I read this stuff, I have to be honest, I don't know if it's insulting or if it's inside info. I don't know.
What's he doing with a pig?
This is hilarious that someone's asking about my son's pig.
It's probably Peelsy.
He ended up marrying a girl from New Jersey, where he started on a golf scholarship at St. Peter's College, but he ended up coming back to Mizzou. My daughter was at Mizzou, and so he came back for a couple of years. Anyway, so his good friends know Meg, his now wife, who was given a small pig at the time, I think, graduation, and she always wanted one. Well, now that pig is about 20 years old, and it's about 450 pounds, and they still have this pig, and it lives in their backyard in New Jersey.
Is that legal?
Yeah.
You can have pigs in New Jersey just in a suburban backyard?
What, Doug, you going to turn them in?
I assume they don't live on a farm, probably, if it's New Jersey.
Lynn says it's not quite 20 years old. Okay. But anyway, it's so that is true, and the pig still lives. It still lives.
Panger Rick from McGraw's says hi.
Rick is the best. Hey, Rick, how are you, buddy?
If Panger's taking questions, most players drink from the cup. Did he take a bath in it? Oh, now that's a small joke. Oh, that's just rude.
Not nice.
we got to bring the cup because, the broadcaster had the cup for 2 or 3 hours, I think 3 hours. And my first stop, because my buddy Jeff Dill was the manager, and he's an excellent guy. He's over at Capitol Grill. So we popped over to Capitol Grill and took some pictures over there and had a couple of drinks. And then we went right to McGraw's, and that was my favorite because Rick was so excited, and he had his family there. And there's a lot, there's a few people that were lost right after that. And it was one of their last great moments, and the pictures show that. So with the Stanley Cup, so that was great. And then of course I took it over to Meadowbrook with the boys and took a tee shot up the first hole with that Stanley Cup just glaring in the sun. There was nothing like it. It was beautiful. But Rick he's great. He's right in Clayton, and McGraw's Pub is one of my favorites.
Great spot there, right off 170, and I guess that's Ladue there, right there. Absolutely.
Yeah, right off Ladue with 170, yeah.
It's not a question. I love Panger, miss him so much. And then the South City Implant said, I love Panger, and when the Blues are not playing, I actually tune into Blackhawks games just to hear his voice, but it makes me feel dirty.
Oh.
Well, thanks for that, I think. I obviously, as everybody knows, the time I had there as a broadcaster was special. 14 years. Who would have thought that? When John Davidson first brought me there, I said, JD, I can't work for the St. Louis Blues. He said, why not? I said, I didn't play for them. I played for the Blackhawks. We hate each other. They hate us, and we hate them. And he said, don't kid yourself, Panger. You weren't that effing good anyway.
Oh.
Fans, yeah, that's what he said. The fans in St. Louis will love you. They know you as a broadcaster, and they'll love you. And if it doesn't work out, you'll be free to go. But he goes, I think it's going to work out. And he was right on the mark.
Wait, Panger played professional hockey? This guy?
Goaltender stood on his head.
By the way, Chris Pondoff, friend of the show, recovering alcoholic, said, Panger held up my dad. His dad was a former referee. He said he held it up in the garden that night, and then next to the Conn Smythe trophy. Panger, you pay for nothing ever at Olive and Oak. You are a made man. Marty, tell him that we love him. That's from Chris Pondoff.
Thank you. That's a great spot. Great spot. And thank you for that. It's awesome.
Is there a game called Pango? Somebody said I know the people who made Pango. It was really cool to hear Panger's appreciation for it. What was Pango? Is that a movie?
Oh my goodness. No, it was behind. Yeah, it was Pango behind. There was a board game behind the bench. There was a lot of stuff that's going on. But geez, I can't remember officially how Pango went.
Okay.
But yes.
Somebody want to know your sleeper game during the Cup run. Was there a game that kind of gets overlooked that maybe you thought was the best game, or not the best because that's Game 7? But do you have a favorite game along the way? The one that I think is overlooked is the Schwartzy Winnipeg game.
Yes, I agree with you. Totally agree. And we got to do that locally, first round, and being between the benches, it was surreal that Braden Shen came off the ice as a left-hand shot because his skate blade was broken. And Tyler Bozak, a very forgotten person in that run, Tyler Bozak, a right-hand shot, was so ready on the bench, and he jumped. All I could see is Bozak jumping on the ice. And I remember saying on the air, Shen broke his skate. And something like, Bozak jumps on. And because he was a right-hand shot to go right to the corner to the hash marks, a lefty couldn't have done it. A righty gets there and fires it. I mean, it was a heater in the air to Schwartzy. And for Schwartzy to bang that out of midair and score was world-class hands and hand-eye coordination. But the developing play was all the broken skate of Braden Shen and an alert Tyler Bozak. So for us to have that on local TV was really important because our ratings were sky high. It was a turn of events in that series that could have gone the other way. I often look back at that and say the Winnipeg Jets could have won the Stanley Cup that year if they got beyond the St. Louis Blues. And I often said us in St. Louis we could have won the Stanley Cup if we could have got beyond the LA Kings the one year. We could have gone beyond if we could have got beyond the Chicago Blackhawks one of the years that they won. So I mean, it's all there's all these big moments. And that was a big moment and a very, very fun game to broadcast. The other one would be, for sure, and I don't know why I remember this, but played against San Jose and knowing that they were so beat up they wanted nothing to do with any part of the physicality. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Carlson, he couldn't get to the bench soon enough. He was banged up. He didn't even want to go on there. He didn't want to touch the puck. And then the next player, and then the next player. And I remember sitting up top watching it going, they're done. They are absolutely done. They want no part of it. And then obviously getting ready for the Boston Bruins in the Stanley Cup final.
Boy, so many of these texters just love you, Panger. Miss you, Panger. Great to hear from Panger. Somebody mentioned did you play golf with Michael Jordan? They wanted to know if he took your money.
I played in the same. We had two groups. We were out in the Grove 23 out there in Jupiter. I didn't play him for money. He plays a fast game with eight or nine guys. We were the next group with him with that guy named Wayne Douglas Gretzky. So.
Hold on. We are 25 minutes in, and that's after we dropped the call. And this is the longest we've ever gone before you mentioned number 99. But feel free to proceed.
Well, the coolest part is that Wayne set me up with clubs, and he said, I got the perfect setup for you because we were doing the final. Perfect setup. He said, Dustin Johnson used this 9-wood and 7-wood in 2022 in Brookline in Chicago, the country club. And this changed my golf. The last 5 years have changed because of Wayne doing this. This 9-wood, for me, goes 190 yards and it goes in the air. And I'm a terrible 5-iron player. I'm actually a terrible 6-iron player, too. So those few rounds there at the Grove, because of what Wayne did and got me the 9 and the 7-wood, I ordered one right away, and it's been in my bag ever since. So, you're thinking about Michael Jordan, the great golf course. I'm thinking about how Wayne had another great assist and got me a 9-wood and 7-wood.
Huh? What's your lowest score? What's your career best score on a good course?
Last year in our I had a senior invite, so it was a senior. Senior invite. So I played with Mike Vellucci, who's my partner, and I went 6 birdies on the front to shoot 30 with no bogeys, and I shot 67. Oh. And I think in a kind of competitive round like that, I think that was probably my best round.
That's pretty serious. Pretty serious golf. 67.
It was. That rock was rolling. I just tell you that the hole was as big as the goalie net behind me.
We know how big that was. Darren Pang, he is the best, and you'll probably see him kick. We'll see you around St. Louis a little bit this summer, I assume.
That sounds great. I will be and have been there. I slide in and out.
All right.
Get to see the grandkids. Yeah.
You're the best, buddy. So much fun. Thanks for phoning in.
My pleasure. You guys take care. Doug, it's great talking to you, Marty. As always.
Great talking with you, too.
Average talk. It was great talking to Doug. Yeah. Average talking to me. See? That's how it goes. Thanks, pal.
Take care, guys. See ya.
The great Darren Pang. Love. There you have it.
He's one of those guys that has a 100% approval ranking.
Yes.
There's not a whole lot of people that have that. He's got it.
A couple of people texted in saying when he got here, I didn't like the idea, but then I loved him immediately.
Have you ever seen him in a bad mood?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, behind the bench, like at a morning skate, we'll just be jacking around. He'll like do a pratfall, like SNL kind of humor, like pretends to trip and drop his coffee or throw it on you. I mean, we're just he's older than me, and we're just jacking around like we're 12.
I had kind of a silly question I wanted to hop in and ask him, but I decided against it. I was looking at the drop screen, and the drop of Rob Ray taking a puck to the dome came up, and maybe it's obvious and I just don't know the answer, but I was curious if he's ever taken one up high, standing there in between the benches.
He's had to have been hit at some point.
Yeah.
Many years has he been doing that.
It would have been a great question, Kurt. Yeah. Don't be afraid. Step right up.
Yeah, I know my role.
No, this is a big opportunity. Jackson's out. Tim's out. It's just the three of us. Just us girls chopping it up on this Friday. We're probably way behind, but it's worth it.
We're doing all right.
Okay. We get behind. It happens. That was Darren Pang, as you now know. Rich Gould's going to be here in studio 9 o'clock. Robert Thomas, his thoughts on the ice that night. Game 7, the 7th anniversary of the Blues winning the Stanley Cup. So much fun to think about that. We've talked some Cards. Twins, they're in Minnesota for the weekend. We're in the Stiefel Studios. It is the 8 o'clock hour, the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Panger was on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and a lot of texters firing. Not a single, nobody ever says, boy, I'm so glad Panger's gone. Every one of them is miss him, love this guy. It's as Doug said, about 100% approval rating. The Polos Plus dossier locked and loaded on this Friday. We'll hit the break here on. What would I limp to a break? Is that what Jackson says?
I think you're doing a fine job with the breaks today
buddy.
so far. There's still time for you to mess it up, but so far, so good.
It's like a perfect game. TMA brought to you by Brian and Crouppen.
This isn't mine either, Martin.
I can't tell anymore.
You know the movie this is from?
I thought this was like Bobby Brown or something. No. This is very 80s.
Mm-hmm.
God.
What movie?
Mm-hmm.
Can we have initials?
PW.
PW. A post-Western. Post-Western? I didn't see that.
No. They couldn't get the rights to this song in post-Western.
Second
God,
letter.
I'm going to know this. I'm going to know it. I'm going to be mad.
Second letter, first word.
R.
Prairie Wiggins.
Nope.
Third letter,
P-R-E.
King of wishful thinking. I remember this.
Press Willingham.
Nope.
Fourth letter,
T.
Pretzel Woman. Pretzel Woman.
You got one of the words right.
Woman. Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
See, that was easy.
I think it's from that. If it's not, then we just wasted the last 45 seconds.
Are you sure? Sounds good, though. Sounds right. I apologize to those on the Michelob Ultra YouTube because they don't get to hear the music. Kurt was playing the King of Wishful Thinking.
It's Go West.
Go West?
Okay.
Is the name of the song or the band?
That's the band.
The band, Go West.
It's a good tune. The chorus
Banger.
is very
Boy,
catchy.
again, with approval ratings, banger of a song. Song kicks ass. This song is amazing. King of Wishful Thinking. They said Peter Gabriel. No, that was not Peter Gabriel. From Pretty Woman. A lot of people saying from great song KG. There you go. You're getting some support.
Huh. Thanks.
What's the name of the song again?
King of Wishful Thinking.
King of Wishful Thinking. Okay.
I remember hearing that a lot, riding around in my parents' car. Y98 was always on. That was a fixture on Y98.
With Guy Phillips.
I used to listen to Guy and Michelle in the morning.
Did you?
I think that's where I kind of got into the talk radio thing.
Huh. He's a funny guy.
You got the bug at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Tim? That's from the 66. Guys, Darren Pang's the best. Finally, credibility on this show.
Oh.
Well, the texts are still rolling in. There was a little bit of a lag there just because Panger was there. Then Rich Gould, do you have questions for Uncle Rich? You can fire those off as well. Air Comfort Service text inbox. It's the Stiefel Studios here, and we love our friends at Stiefel. They keep us nice and crisp in here, Doug. We were trying to decide if it was in the 50s in here. Temp, you can't touch the counter. If you do, there might be a hint of hypothermia.
Yeah.
And your skin could stick to it, like the kid in the Christmas movie that stuck his tongue out on a pole.
I don't know that this will surprise you. I've never seen A Christmas Story. I'm familiar with the scene and the leg lamp, but I don't think I've ever actually sat down and watched the movie.
That fellas.
Luckily, though, this isn't any of our homes. And if it was, though, Martin, if we were having any sort of...
I would call Design Air, and this is not their issue, but I'm telling you, if it were, they'd have it fixed right away. We had a furnace go out in the fall and work with Seth Goldcamp's crew. Awesome process, not just the people that do it, the installation simple, the explaining of the technology and stuff, all of that is great, but just a company that you can count on for years down the road. It's nice to know that they've been around for more than a century, family-owned business. Seth is fourth generation. I love the fact it's the family's name that stands behind it. That really does mean something. Employees enjoy working there. There's just a difference. Get online, designerservice.com, set up an appointment. Even better, get a maintenance plan. That way they're out there keeping you running year-round without any concerns. You hate those surprises when it's the heat going out in the winter, air going out in the summer. Just make sure it's maintained year-round. You can do that with designerservice.com, the company that supports this show, longest-running TMA sponsor. That is Design Air. They bring you the email of the day. Can't say enough good things, and we love hearing those reviews from our listeners as well. Design Air, the heating and cooling place to turn to, designerservice.com. All right, World Cup tonight, Game 1 in L.A. for the U.S. men's national team taking on Paraguay. Doug, how many countries do you think have won at least one World Cup? There's a lot of countries out there.
I'll say the number that immediately came to mind was 12.
Okay, it's less than 12.
8.
It's 8.
Okay, I was going to say maybe less than 8.
Okay, it is 8. Who do you think has the most wins as a country?
Brazil.
That is correct, with 5. And then next up, a pair of countries.
Argentina.
No.
No, France.
No.
England.
No.
Well, son of a sack ass. Germany.
Yes.
Okay.
And one more.
Spain.
No.
No.
This particular country is not even in it this year, which is a major story.
Can I have initials, please?
IT.
Italy.
Yes.
Okay.
Brazil.
How did they not get in?
I think they got nicked by Bosnia, I believe, was the upset. And in fact, it was some kind of presentation that City was doing, or Bill McDermott, and it was perfect timing because we have a development today. This is historic. The Bosnians are in, the Italians are out, and I guess that's who knocked them out. I don't know. We'll probably get a text saying we're idiots. All-time winners. Brazil has 5 World Cup titles. The last one was in 2002, so it's been a minute. Germany has won 4 times. Italy has won 4 times. Argentina, the defending champions, 3. France, the favorites this year, twice. How about Uruguay? 2 World Cups. Now, that goes back, Doug, 1930 and 1950.
Okay.
England, a single title. That kind of surprises me. Their heritage with soccer.
Mm-hmm.
And Spain just once. That means the Netherlands and Hungary and Sweden and Portugal never have won a World Cup. That's all going on this weekend. So pretty much put it on Fox 2, Doug.
And just leave it there?
And just leave it there.
How do you think the U.S. Fans would react if we were to win it here?
Oh, my God.
Win the whole thing.
I think if they get to the quarterfinals this year, people will lose their mind. That's the high water mark for the U.S. That was in 2002.
That's what the fans would be screaming?
They might say, I'm from the USA,
From the U,
and I'm proud.
And then they just slur, say, I'm from the U.
That'd be a nice touch right on the heels of the 250th anniversary of the country.
Will you be watching tonight, Doug?
Sure.
Is it like appointment viewing for you, or if you think about it, you'll throw it on?
Kind of the latter.
Same.
I'll be switching back and forth between the Cardinals and that, probably.
Yeah. Italy was indeed knocked out by Bosnia. How about that? We actually got something right. That's from Nick's Pub Dweller.
Hard to believe that Italy doesn't get in and some other shishawali countries do.
And 48 are in it this year. Largest field ever. I think they said the ratio is about 1 in 5 countries are represented.
Including Cape Verde? What the hell is that?
That means Green Cape.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Is that a comic book?
Where is that?
I'm going to guess.
Is that really a country that's in this? What?
I'm going to guess
Cape
that's
Verde. They play
Africa.
Spain.
Even though that's a Spanish word.
Yeah.
Guys, why don't you talk classic Sylvester Stallone movies? Victory. As long as you're talking soccer in the World Cup. Peter Gozinia. That was the movie. Michael Caine, was he the goalie or was Sly Stallone the goalie? Pele was in it.
I wish I could help.
Pele once played at Busch Stadium. See, it all comes back to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Let's see. Guys, I have a good source that tells me Libby Papers wasted on buzzballs last night.
I don't believe I know what a buzzball is.
It's a little...
Yeah, I don't know what is in it, but it comes in a little circular vessel.
Almost looks like the bottom of a bong, and they sell them to you at
That's a good way to
gas
describe it.
stations.
Yeah, probably fruity in nature and taste.
It's like an alcoholic drink.
Okay.
It's probably more like sorority girl kind of thing.
Like in the Mad Dog Smirnoff Ice kind of category.
Yeah.
You ever been iced, Martin?
Ever been iced?
Yeah.
Arrested and deported? No.
There was a trend where somebody would sneak up on you and present you with a Smirnoff Ice. That's getting iced, and if they do that, you have to chug it on the spot. And those malty beverages, not the easiest thing to chug down.
Like the ice bucket challenge kind of thing? They would just hand you this and you...
Yeah, usually you try to catch somebody off guard.
You got iced.
How would you feel about it if you got deported back to the state where you were born? Would you go to Wisconsin?
To the state. I was born in California.
Oh, so you'd be deported to California. I'd have to go back to the middle of Kansas.
I'll take my lot.
Yeah.
Or your lot. Doug, my brother, bought Guy Phillips' house. I'm house sitting this weekend. Would you like to see it? That's from Gus Chiggin's prospecting party.
Well, send a picture. I don't think I need to show up in person. Send a picture.
What kind of house sitting goes on? At what age do you need a house sitter? Doug, you're going to a wedding in Pennsylvania. Would you like Kurt to house sit?
No, but I suppose if you had a super nice house, and
is it me or is it you just don't need one?
Some people want activity in their house so that it's not a target for burglars.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a dog or something. They'd prefer you to stay there with the dog and keep the house moving.
Usually it's pet related, isn't it? If you're of a house sitting.
I think so.
I would think so, yeah.
I'm guilty of it too, but people need to stop posting when they're leaving town or leaving the country.
I thought people had learned that you don't do that anymore.
Do it after the fact. Throw your pictures up, but
hey everybody, I'll be out of town
now through the 21st.
We're going on a 2-week trip,
and here's
Keys
the code.
under the mat.
Here's my alarm code if you'd like to get in.
Guys, any chance to get Danny Mac on the show? He would probably do it. Yeah, our next Uncle Rich is coming in at 9 o'clock. People are already texting in questions for him. I don't know if we've asked him the origin of that when he was covering roller derby. Italy has not qualified for the last 2 World Cups. There you go. We've activated Soccer Guy now.
That's by far the biggest sport there, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's probably 0.5, but what's the spread on that game tonight, Martin? Do you have that handy?
The soccer spread,
USA by a half a goal
versus Uruguay. I bet they're favored by a half goal.
I mean, unless there's just a slaughter coming, it's usually probably not like a 1.5 spread, is it, in soccer?
Like beyond a half? Would you ever get?
I see it's the over-under is 2.5. USA is plus 110.
Yeah, maybe they don't do spreads and you just pick winners.
I don't know enough about that.
Prajo, call in.
If the USA is plus 110, that means they're the underdog?
If you're plus money, or I don't know how the VIG factors into that, but yeah, usually minus, you're the favorite.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm surprised they'd be the underdog.
You going to do any World Cup gambling?
Probably not. I don't know enough about it to gamble on it.
Guys, a buzzball is just a pre-made cocktail. Why don't you have Mike Maroth call in today?
The old reliever?
Was he a lefty? Crafty lefty?
Yeah, kind of got teed up a little. Probably that 2008 era. Mikey T said, Martin seems awfully familiar with a bong. Not really a big pot guy, but it does look like the bottom of it.
You don't do pot?
I don't do the pot.
No.
But wasn't that a description that fit?
Yeah, circular.
For what the buzzball looks like.
Yeah. I could see where you're coming from.
Bottom, if you have a
not that I know what bongs look like either.
I'm not saying you do.
No,
yeah,
but
no, I mean.
I saw one in, what's that movie you love, Doug? Big Lebowski?
Oh, it's terrible. I don't know if I'd really know a bong if it bit me.
You'd smell it.
I've never even had a cigarette in my life.
You never even had one cigarette?
No, I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
You get drunk in college, someone's like, you have a cigarette.
No,
think you're like
never.
Paul Newman for a minute.
I was never that stupid. I've been stupid in other areas, but not that area.
Guys, buzzball is terrible. Tried one for some reason. It was terrible. Not as crisp as a cold Busch Light. Packer Dave doing a...
Okay.
Is that Yola? Why don't you talk about Zima?
Nope, we're a Michelob Ultra show, Doug.
That's right.
Guys, Cape Verde is off the west coast of Africa. It is in the area where tropical waves become hurricanes come off of the African coast. There you go. From the golf cart loofah.
I wonder how big of a country, how populated that is to be able to put together a team that makes it to the World Cup.
That's impressive. With the uniform love that this show has, take a look at the Curacao kit, Doug. You want to look at the kit for Curacao? That's that's from Doug's Shower Squeegee.
Okay. I'm looking at it now. It's...
Okay, this is your online review of the Curacao kit.
Does that look anything different than any other soccer
Which one
jersey?
is it?
I
Bottom
don't know.
right?
I guess it could be any
because
of
that's
them.
messy on the upper left. I think we're going to need to get clarification on what the Curacao kit looks like. Doug, why don't you drink a Buzzball, a red one, while watching the Cardinal game tonight? There you go.
Well, don't tell me what to drink.
Oh, yeah. Have a red Buzzball.
I wish I could find a good drink.
Maybe a Navy
Not alcoholic,
Buzzball.
but just something other than an Arnold Palmer all the time.
You do sparkling water at all?
Occasionally.
Like you see Martin come in with
Waterloo?
Yeah. Yep.
It's better than regular water. But I don't get excited about it. Oh, great, a sparkling water. I need a drink that I get excited about.
These excite me.
What's that?
Energy drinks.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't they sugary?
Most of them have gone the no sugar route. They have the artificial sweetener, obviously.
Oh, that's great for you, too.
There's some days where I take in more ounces of energy drink than water.
Really?
Yeah, it's not great.
You worried about that?
I mean, I cut out some of the vices. I'm happy with that. It's probably not great, but down the hatch.
You gave up the pot.
What's the calorie count on that, brah?
10.
10 calories for the whole can. Mm-hmm. Well, that's nice.
You ever had an energy drink?
I've taken a sip. I wouldn't drink the whole drink.
I want to see you twist it off a Red Bull.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Doug, the only sport I care less about than the NBA is soccer.
Oh.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay, so we'll stop talking. It's all about you.
The X and Espresso. I think people in St. Louis, we have such a diehard soccer community. I think they're pretty fired up about it. The
I would
U.S.
think, yeah.
hosting the World Cup tonight, 8 o'clock, I believe, is it kickoff, Doug? You like to call it kickoff?
Yeah.
U.S. and Uruguay.
Apparently they're going to have a big watch party at Ballpark Village.
Yeah, and I think even Energizer Park on the exterior there, which is what the Lou Fuse Plaza there, they're going to have a huge soccer watch party outside Energizer Park, so maybe Ballpark Village as well. We've got a lot going on this weekend. NBA Finals will resume Saturday in San Antonio. Doug, how will the Spurs respond after the epic collapse to the Knicks?
I'm saying the Spurs will win just because we kind of expect the series to be over now. They'll never come back from that. I think that's exactly what they'll do.
I do think it'd be more fun if they go back to New York.
Yeah.
I know they're not scripting it that way, but it would be a lot.
And I would imagine the NBA is whispering into the referee's
Yes.
ears, boy, a Game 6 in New York sure would be nice.
Did I say Uruguay? We're playing Paraguay tonight. I'm sorry.
You want to hear Stephen A. Smith chastising Knicks fans?
Oh, yeah, please.
Justin, and let me tell you something. The fools who did it, not only do I wish they knew who it was and they get arrested, I wish they get their ass kicked. Because it's real brave to do something like that when you're surrounded by a whole bunch of people and nobody knows who you are. That's why I completely sided with Westbrook when he was in Utah, when we had the incident in Utah, when he had another incident in Philly when somebody threw popcorn at him. Because what he's saying is, you're doing stuff that you would never do if you were straight up man-to-man with me. These athletes don't deserve that. Now, I will say, those stupid-ass fans, you understand, the couple of people who did that, they don't represent New York Knicks fans. You understand?
Yes,
they don't. Most New Yorkers would never do something like that. Most NBA fans, most sports fans, period, wouldn't do something like that. But there are always a few fools who hide behind crowds, hide behind I call it fandemonium, hide behind, being shielded by people so nobody knows who you are. So you could be the kind of punk that would do something like that. But I don't want people to think that New Yorkers are like that. There's just a few fools that do something like that.
Were they brawling outside? Is that what it was?
I think I didn't see any video, but they did something at the hotel.
I saw a video of Wemby crossing the street or on the sidewalk.
Okay, so that's what he saw.
Somebody was pushing him or something.
But after the first game in New York, I did see a video of them pursuing a Spurs fan on the street, like ripping his jersey off. And
that's why I hope New York loses. I can't stand the fan base.
No,
I can't
but
stand
those
the whole
people don't
aura
represent
around
New York, though.
Yes, they do.
Did you hear Stephen A. say they don't represent New York?
But they do. I'm sorry. They're Knicks fans, and they do.
I mean, when you go down to Bush and your car gets broken into, do those people represent all of St. Louis?
I would say they represent part of St. Louis, yeah. That's where we got our reputation as this dangerous city. Because of jackwagons like that.
Who throws an egg anyway? What is it? Just kind of wuss is like, bring some eggs down and throw them. Like, who even thinks of that? I mean,
are you just walking around with eggs?
Right.
Or they stop and probably
maybe
stop
at the
by a
market
bodega.
and you just happen to have them. You're at the bodega and you're walking home and just happen to have some extra eggs.
But he's right about the mob mentality. You do things you would never do on your own. When you get egged on by other people, who can be the tougher guy? Who can come up with a better insult? Who can get a rise out of the crowd? I think that's why they limited that outside Madison Square Garden party to like 1,000 people, because they were afraid that it was going to just turn into a riot. I suppose it still could with 1,000 people.
If they win, are we looking at the potential of riotous behavior in the streets of New York, like burning couches and stuff, like when Vancouver?
But this was more about how they treated the opponent, that hostility, as opposed to, I think, their celebratory. Jugs in D.C. said they absolutely represent New York. Folks that are breaking into cars are not wearing Edmonds jerseys, Kurt, from Jugs in D.C.
I was being facetious.
Guys, we used to throw snowballs at the Blackhawks bus at the bar, but not at people. So there's a distinction.
Why is it so hard just to behave yourself? Just to simply behave yourself. Be a good fan. Be a decent human being. Why is that so darn hard for so many people?
Doug, you're such a ninny. Smoke a cigarette once, lift your skirt. Or square, I'm sorry. lift your square?
Yeah, no, I never.
In your lift.
I never fell for that kind of peer pressure.
Guys, New York fans are the worst. They're rats. I always heard the Philly fans were meaner.
But why are any of them mean? What's in it for you to be mean? You're a tough guy? Is that what that's about?
Didn't the Philadelphia fans do something with Santa?
Booed him once.
That's how they booed him.
I threw snowballs.
Well, I'm sure
at
you've seen
Santa,
the video
too.
of them, how they treat other fans at football games. There's all kinds of YouTube videos out there of them attacking fans who show up in the other team's jersey.
Is that where they threw batteries at J.D. Drew? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Well, there's the Rams games in L.A. If you've seen some of those fights that get posted online, just brutal beatdowns.
Yeah.
It probably happens at every NFL game. But... All right, got to take a break.
Yeah, probably should.
Time to take
Especially
a break.
with Uncle Rich coming.
Uncle Rich, he's got to. Is he here? Is he in the building? Is he in the? Just texted in the lobby. Uncle Rich Gould, friend of the show, has arrived. Not sure about the guitar. Your thoughts for Uncle Rich? Text him in, or about energy drinks, or about egg throwing. We've covered a lot of topics here. Uncle Rich in studio on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Stiefel Studios, 8 o'clock hour, wrapping up here. That's been brought to you by Fisher Door and Window and Door Store. We've had a busy day on the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And don't forget, still to come, Robert Thomas was there in Boston. He was 19, Doug, when they won the Stanley Cup. Here we are 7 years later celebrating that anniversary. We had Panger, Robert Thomas at 10:30. It's TMA on 101 ESPN.
see those C-cup talents. The only thing that looks better than Navy caps on the road is 1,000 dudes.
Is this another one of your versions? Is this a new version of Navy Caps on the Road?
No. This is
like
called
a dance version.
This is called Topless October.
Topless October.
This is the club version.
If they can make the playoffs, I might be sitting on a gold mine here.
It could be.
Very catchy. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna. The morning after TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, right here in the Stiefel Studios on this Friday. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you. Tim is out. Jackson is out. I think the gang's back together on Monday. And Doug, if you look to your left, I don't know if you've worked in this market very long, but that's the one, the only, Uncle Rich. Rich Gould.
Hello, Rich.
How are you?
Oh, we're fine.
How are you all? I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine. Did I? Where's Junior? Where's little McKernan?
He is under the weather this week. He actually had strep throat
all week.
He had. I think he was here. I was out Monday, Tuesday with a form of bronchitis.
Iggy would tell you he's lying.
Iggy gets accused of lying. You had a lot of Iggy. This show has spawned a lot of Iggy-related material. You used to have him on your Sunday night program,
sure.
right?
Iggy was something. I liked him best as Iggy the Angry Easter Bunny.
Yeah.
We'd dress him up in an Easter costume, let him stand at the bar, drinking a scotch and smoking a dart and just going off on people. That was great television.
And you really didn't have to coach him up. He was more than comfortable ripping on people.
I didn't have to say anything. By the way, I brought a gift for Doug.
What did you bring?
That's to Gordy.
Oh, to Gordy.
Oh, that's right.
the grandson.
Now, I was going to bring Carson something, but I thought, Martin, it might be a little weird for a guy who's 6'3" to get a book meant for a second grader.
Yeah, and Carson's about my height. This is the book. Uncle Rich, I don't know. He didn't wait long for product placement. Rich Gould of Books, by the way, rgobooks.com.
There it is on
There's a snake down there for the folks watching on the YouTube feed, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Do you want me to sign that for the young man?
Sure, why don't you do that?
Do you have a pen?
Well, yeah, sure.
I got a pen here. How old is Gordy?
Okay. Gordy's 2.5.
2.5.
All right.
What's the part? All right, for Uncle Rich, who has penned this great children's book, what's the perfect age for...
I would go kindergarten to third grade. Maybe fourth. Fourth is a little pushing it. Gordy.
Yeah.
Avoid the clap.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Is the book selling pretty well? Is it doing okay?
Doing okay.
All right.
We got to do. I think what we need for the fall, we need a fall.
That's good advice, by the way. For
to avoid the clap.
You're never too young to learn things, Doug. You're never too young for that.
Yeah,
it's doing fine. I mean, I had a gentleman from Virginia bought one the other day. I'm in over 35 states now, I think.
Really?
That's cool.
So that part's good, but it's not like you're going to make any money. You don't, if you self-publish. And you can't get anybody to publish it for you. It's this catch-22 that they have in the industry. If you have you want to get somebody to pay you to write the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You want an agent. You want a publishing company to say, gee, we can make money on this. Here's a nice check. Here's some mailbox money. But it doesn't work that way for self-publishing. So you do it, and you pay the freight, and you hope you get your money back. And luckily, I have done that and a little more, but not much.
Oh, good.
So that part's good.
I think a fall tour, and I'm being serious, we got to get you lined up with all the schools. That's when you go in.
That's what I do.
And the schools
You haven't seen the pictures? Are you not online?
Well,
Me reading to the kids, playing guitar for the kids, little kids all over me.
Yeah, Martin, you didn't know that?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Where online am I? I mean, I knew you did some of that. I'm saying
rgobooks.com.
I'm on rgobooks.com right now. There's a snake down there. There's
you can see
bio.
that. I've got other books written and ready to go, but Doug, like I said, I want somebody else to publish them.
So
I don't want to
how do you make that happen?
What I do is just send it away and pile up rejection slips.
That's fun.
I get
kind of like your early days in broadcasting.
I write them a little note. I send them the book. Come on shows. Courtney had me on. This book's now been out for 3 years, I think. And, talk about it. But in terms of making it happen, I'm convinced that the publishing company is a lot like sports information directors and other walks of life. They are told and taught to say no.
Oh, really?
That's it. They don't want to deal with you. So, first words out of their mouth, no.
No. Can we have an interview with the coach? No.
No.
Okay.
You can't.
Do you like this book? No.
No.
Okay.
Hey, is the quarterback going to be available? No.
No. That's what they're taught to do, and we can do that.
RGOBooks.com tells me these are books that make kids smile, laugh, think, and feel.
Isn't that a nice website?
Yeah, and then it says books in print, 1, and then next to that it says stories in the works, and it's 4+.
That's right. I've got
so you
them.
have multiple projects at this moment?
They're written. They're ready to go. I'll tweak them here, tweak them there. The next one I want to publish is, in fact, I'm trying. Now, this is probably pretty stupid of me to think that I could ever get a return call from Mike Caruso.
Oh, yeah.
He's difficult to call.
He is famous for not calling.
Yeah, so, now that I'm out of the business and nobody thinks of me anymore, Caruso just says, huh, what, who's that? And that's it. Anyway, I'm trying to get a hold of Caruso to do the book that I want to publish is called The Life and Times of Paulie the Puck.
Oh.
And it is a book about written from the Puck's point of view and the travels that the Puck makes from, he was joined with a little kid all the way up through when the kid gets to the NHL and is about to retire.
Huh.
A wonderful, heartwarming gift about a rubber puck.
I saw an interesting stat yesterday, or somebody said it, that said the average time a puck stays on a hockey player's stick over a game is about 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Any one player might be touching the puck about 8 seconds.
I don't doubt that. Seems that way in soccer, too.
Because they get it and immediately pass it within a second.
Yeah, in the blink of an eye. I never thought, at this stage of life, I'm almost 70. Are you 70 yet?
Oh, yeah.
You hit it? I'm almost there. I get there in October. Martin, what are you, 60?
58.
58? You're not even 60.
Not even 60.
You got a long time to work, my friend.
Well, you've seen that. Some of those kids keep getting younger at our house. Every time Strickland comes over, he goes, you got another kid? Where are they coming from? Uncle Rich, what keeps you busy other than texting me pictures of you grilling?
Very little, frankly. Right now, I am enjoying watching Stanley Cup Final. And Doug, it's final, not finals.
That's right.
Martin was told that by no uncertain terms by a guy we used to work with.
What's that?
That's right. The great Rafer Weigel would get very upset. His dad was Tim Weigel, longtime sports guy in Chicago, but he did news here, and he would get really upset because we would call it the finals. And he would say, final.
He didn't like that at all. But I'm watching a lot of hockey, and I'm watching some World Cup soccer, which is something I never thought I'd do because I didn't play either sport, and yet I'm mesmerized by both of them now as I sit down and watch it.
Really?
I also really loved watching the NCAA women's softball tournament.
Yeah, that's fun.
I watch that every year.
Do you?
Yeah. It's then I'll turn the TV off until the Little League World Series comes on.
That's it. You turn it off until
I like that too. So you're strongly considering getting back into the local TV news racket?
I don't think so.
No
Doug.
chance? Okay.
I don't think. There's not a TV station or a radio outfit out there that wants to hire an old 70-year-old guy.
I don't know.
I can't quite figure out how you two are still around.
People love Uncle Rich.
I've been trying to push him out the door for a couple years.
I know. I have no desire to do that. How many hours a day do you do that?
Do what? TV and or radio?
No, not TV. I know what you do with TV.
Well,
TV, you do 3 minutes.
So well, no, we have a nightly half-hour show, Rich. It's a wonderful vehicle that you missed out on.
And you're still working with Dave Job?
Yes.
And you haven't slashed your wrists?
No.
You're okay.
And producer Roman, those two are still going strong.
But how many hours are you on here?
So this show, TMA, runs 7 to 11 a.m. I'm 7 to 10. And then I go to onboarding at 10 a.m. to 10 to other things. But then
That's 3 hours.
That's 3 hours. But then these fellas...
In 3 hours for me, I could already have had breakfast, one nap, and taken a small swim.
A small swim?
Yeah.
That's a full day.
The morning swim. I swim laps. I go up and down twice and say, I've swum laps.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You do 2 laps total?
No, I do more than that.
Okay.
I
That is
even
great
go to the
exercise.
community center and lift some weights sometimes. So that's
guy.
what I do. I don't do much.
Big Tuft has a 2-part question for Uncle Rich. What are your thoughts about kids on planes? Also, have you ever smoked a cigarette in your life? Thanks. From Big Tough. These are callbacks to topics that already took place on this show.
Oh, yeah?
Doug says never in his life has he had one cigarette.
I've never taken a puff off a cigarette.
Is that right?
And you also don't like coffee like me. We got a lot in common.
I've never taken a sip of a cup of coffee.
No.
I find smoking detesting.
I do too.
But in college or when in high school, somebody just handed you one. You thought you were cool, James
once.
Dean.
I never thought I was anything to do that. My parents smoked. My grandmother smoked. My sisters smoked. Not me.
There's a lot of
I say no.
layers to my career.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
And what was the other one?
Well, kids on a plane. Chairman was saying he was by himself. He does not have kids. And they asked him if he would move to accommodate a woman and her kids, right?
I wasn't asked personally. I was traveling alone, and they asked if anybody traveling in twos would separate so that a mother and a child could sit together. And I just had the red ass that day, so that just bugged me. That's on that mom for not booking two seats together. And then I also don't like, upon deboarding, when the parents allow small kids to, like, try to wheel their Fisher-Price luggage. Like, no, people want to get off this plane, scoop them up, let's keep it moving.
You had the RA about a 7-year-old kid.
I had the
3-year-old kid.
I had the RA because I was coming back to St. Louis from California, and the kid just caught the shrapnel.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Little League World Series a minute ago, and that kind of activated me too, because I hate the Little League World Series.
Oh my!
I get tired of watching.
I hate the Little League World.
I get tired of watching these kids from Boise, Idaho, cry on ESPN.
Well, they should have caught the ball. They should have won. Get more hits. They won't cry. Then they'll be laughing.
You don't see the winners crying.
No.
But I hate the Little League World Series. It's not baseball. They can't lead off. Everybody's got to play.
Oh, gosh.
It is a wonderful American tradition.
I also want to say I believe in the leagues where everybody should play, but if we're putting it on ESPN, that ain't the league.
I don't know that I agree with all the rules, like everybody should hit or everybody should play, but the going to Williamsport, man, that's pretty cool, I think.
Weren't you ever 10 or 11 years old yourself?
Yeah, but I never played Little League.
They don't have Little League here in St. Louis. It's usually
I never played
leagues.
the equivalent of it. I was travel ball out the womb.
Oh.
They don't. They don't have it now. I wonder, since you were a kid, did they have organized Little League baseball when you played?
Oh, absolutely. But Little League is a specific organization that plays by a specific set of rules. And I think it was originally designed for smaller towns that don't necessarily have enough kids to all have just, here's an 8-year-old team, here's a 9-year-old team, here's a 10. So they had to combine like 10, 11, and 12-year-olds onto one team in Little League.
Yeah, we learned from Jeff Supon in California. They have Pony League, and there's a big difference.
Yeah.
Pony Leagues, 13 to 14. I was part of the Pony League team that won the World Championship. The only problem with that is my parents moved me to Branson, Missouri before we could actually play.
Oh, no.
As 13, we won the California State Championship. But at 14, they moved me away, and boy, that's still one of the greatest pains I've ever had. All my pals, flying to wherever they flew. I think it was Pennsylvania, I'm not sure. And beating teams and sending me letters and pictures of what they did and having a parade for them in Orange, California.
And you got to go to Branson.
And I went to Branson and flipped a dog at Dog and Suds.
So that led to a life of disappointment, didn't it, from an early age?
Speaking of that, one of the texters says, Rich, I know you're from the Branson area and probably a fan of Silver Dollar City. How do you feel about them shutting down the Fire in the Hole ride? I sure would like to ride the Fire in your hole.
Oh, Doug. Good.
That's what he said to you.
Good gravy.
How'd that feel?
Well, that's odd.
These are the kind of things they write into us.
I don't know. And you read them.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, that's what I always marvel at. The vile nature of these texts and Tim will say, I don't know.
Since part of that question was semi-legitimate, I'll tell him.
Okay.
Silver Dollar City is a great institution down there, and I worked there for a couple of years. The Fire in the Hole ride.
Didn't you sing at Silver Dollar
I sang at the saloon show.
Oh, did you?
The Fire in the Hole ride started in about 72 or 3, right around in there. And I was one of the first guys on it because I knew the owner's kid. So we were there. And I'll never forget, they didn't have all the kinks worked out. So here comes his screaming ass car down the hill, and it runs smack dab into the back of another car. How it didn't just create whiplash after whiplash, I'll never know. One guy's glasses flew off. I mean, zoom, just like that. And I thought, this is odd. But then they got the bugs out, and it was a good ride. The whole place is great. The food was great. And the problem is you're walking around. It's 100 degrees. And, who wants to do that?
Yeah.
But the saloon show was fun because you're in air conditioning.
Oh, well, that helped, yeah.
A lot of people are texting. There's Legion Ball. There's Corey League.
Yeah, I played Corey League.
There's all kinds of different
stuff. There are all kinds of different things you can do that. Branson didn't have it. But Orange, California, and Southern California at the time, and probably still is, it was the mecca of little kids baseball.
I bet. You play year-round there.
You can.
Can we hear more about Rich not showing up on Fridays, how the discussion went with management? Somebody, I think Tim told the story once at 590, you were working there, but you didn't want to work Fridays, and then they didn't notice for a while. Does that sound right?
That doesn't sound right to me.
Okay. Your AM radio didn't work, though, and I always thought that was a lie, and then you let me use your car once, and I'll be damned if the AM radio didn't work.
That's the truth. My AM radio was messed up. Iggy might call it a lie, but it isn't.
Where's that hottie Sandy Miller? People are asking, you're buddies with Sandy.
Yeah, well, Sandy's my great friend, Sandy, and her husband, Matt Dykman, who you guys know. Matt was our chief photographer for many years and then went into the school systems, and they're just doing great. They live out in West County.
Uncle Rich, I just saw Malsey walking his dog. I guess that's a Dave
right?
Mall reference.
Dave is gone now from the TV station. A lot of people gone.
Yeah, you kind of started a trend there.
Well, Pops. You can tell me what's going on. Mine was voluntary. Theirs, I don't believe, was.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Who are these people kicking out older folks, and what kind of lawsuit can we bring against them?
Well, I would never. Willie, we probably need to go to a break, though. He's talking corporate talk now.
You're wanting to sue Martin. You're getting ready. Sure you are. You don't like him at all.
No,
tell us the truth. You don't like those people over there at Fox.
It'll all be in my children's book. How Pop stuck it to corporate. It's coming to a publisher near you. It is TMA. That's Uncle Rich, the one, the only Rich Gould with us, Martin Doug, Chairman Kurt, in on this Friday from the Stiefel Studios. TMA brought to you by Brian and Crouppen.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The U.S. men's national team kicking things off in the World Cup tonight against Paraguay at 8 p.m. in Los Angeles. That'll be on the 2 Fox. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
We got a Cards Twins series in Minnesota tonight. Kyle Leahy gets the game 1 start. Cardinals 37-29 drop that finale to the Mets on Thursday. Still sitting 8 games over 500, leading in the wild card in the National League. 4 back of the first place Brewers. TMA, Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt, and Uncle Rich. Rich Gould in the house a lot of years with the Cardinal broadcast on Channel 11. Are you enjoying, I say you watch the Little League World Series, you watch the World Cup, and then you turn the TV off. Are you watching any Cardinal baseball?
Not much.
Okay.
And I feel kind of guilty about it, but I don't watch much. The players now have passed me by in terms of knowing who they are and how important they are to the team. But it's not just the Cardinals, it's really league-wide. I can't watch. The last year I noticed it at the All-Star game. It's one of my favorite days. I'll get a pizza. I'll sit there. I watch the introductions. I tear up because it's so cool. But now I don't because I don't know who these kids are.
No, any of them
and they are kids. The guys in Major League Baseball that are playing in the All-Star game now are my grandkids or could be.
Yeah.
But why is it when we look back and we see a clip of Mickey Mantle and he was probably 28 or they looked 50 back then?
Yes, they did.
How about some of the old hockey players? Seen pictures of hockey players back then?
Yes.
Like Johnny Bauer looked like he was 75 years old kicking them out for the Maple Leafs.
But it's fun for the town when the team's at least decent, There's a little more of a buzz around town.
There is. And, people are worried about attendance, or at least they were, because of what Mosaic said. They're going to rebuild. And I get that, but still, it'll come back soon as they're good again. People will flock there.
How many years did you call games, broadcast? You were part of it because Channel 11 on-off had the games forever, right?
We had the game starting in 88, and I joined them in 98 until 2006. That was our last year. And then 2006, they jumped to Channel 5 and were there, I think, 4 years, during which time they never went to the playoffs, I don't believe. I always blamed Cusimano.
Yeah, as you should. As you should.
But, so we had them pretty good long while, and then Carpenter left, and he went to Washington, and they went over to, they split the broadcast, which is why I got to do it in the first place, because that's when Fox Sports Midwest came and did some things. Al went to Fox Sports Midwest. Carpenter stayed at Channel 11. And instead of having, those two call games on both stations, they didn't do it that way back then. Now they do. They're kids.
But you got to call a few of those McGuire home runs in 98.
Yeah, it was fun. When Bob was sick, which was not very often, or if there's a spring training game and he had to go someplace, I'd do play-by-play for that. I got to travel with him for 2 years doing color, which is odd. Me doing color. You got to have an ex-player to do that.
Rich, in your day, in your time, what do you do when you?
I'll never forget. I was on the plane with him, and I went back, and I was just standing there, and I had Delino DeShields come up to me, and I'm talking to DeShields, and he says he was talking about hitting because he wasn't hitting very well at the time, and I said, Delino, here's your problem.
Oh, no.
You try to straighten him out?
I said, you're striding too far. I said, cut that thing down to about 6 inches so your eyes stay at the same level.
Yeah.
And then, I'd go into a stance and show him, and he'd look at me like, yeah, okay.
Then that night at the team hotel, the Russo, who told you that? And he's like, Uncle Rich. That guy right there in the lobby. That guy.
Got to ride with Ron Gant once from Cincinnati to the ballpark in a cab. They had this gal who was driving, and obviously she drives a lot of players around. So me and Gant got in the cab, in the back seat, and she looks back and she says, who can I tell my grandkids that I'm taking to the ballpark today? I said, by God, you tell her you're taking Rich Gould to the park. And I thought Gant would spit. He laughed so hard.
Uncle Rich, somebody wants to know if you're going to put out an album. Is that possible? 'Cause
No.
I know you're an author. You're also a musician. Didn't you say you were writing songs, country songs?
I write a ton of country songs. I haven't been able to find anybody to do those, and there are a couple of them I think that are good. But that's,
You're looking for a singer or a band or a...
No.
You're the singer.
I'm too old. I don't even care if my name's on the darn thing.
Okay.
You know, throw me a few bucks to augment my retirement, and you can get a song. In fact, Doug, what I'd like to do is, I don't know much about this TikTok thing, is open up a TikTok store and sing a song that I've written and say, okay, you young country music people, come get it, you know. Use this song to help your career.
My neck was hurting.
Yeah.
So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
Yeah, that's when you went down to the Korean karaoke. That was the
I
last
haven't
time.
been back, although I need to go.
Kurt here is a genius with AI. Maybe you lay down a voice track, he'll put the music behind it, and you'll have a song.
This AI stuff is all over the place, isn't it, Kurt?
I don't know if you're familiar with the song of the summer, Navy Caps on the Road.
Probably not.
I'm not.
I didn't think you would be, but yeah, it's a smash hit, trying to get the Cardinals to bring back these bad boys.
I like the Navy Caps.
But I wrote a beautiful song. AI helped me with the music, and it's taken this city over.
Good.
Big hit.
Well, I'll have to tune in and listen to that
You get in the
one.
studio, lay down a voice track, you'll put music with it, you'll have your song. It's that simple.
I would like that very much. Anyway, you know, as I was talking about Caruso and about this book that I've written and it's ready to go, what I also want to do is, and I doubt this happens, is fly to New York and talk to Gary Bettman. I'd like to talk to Bettman about
your
the
puck book.
NHL, backing this. You know, paying a little dab to get it out there, getting the publishing company, because I'll listen to Bettman or his marketing people, get that thing out there, let kids buy it as they go to hockey games, and I'd like to do that. So if
I can kind of see the puck like almost like a Hey Kool-Aid with arms coming out, like waving at you.
I don't know who would draw it, but whoever does.
AI can draw that for you, too.
Okay. All good.
How soon do you want to see it? Because we can have it for you in about 15 seconds.
Yes, it'll happen.
Yeah.
That AI
What's the name of
is
your
something
puck?
else.
Paulie the Puck, what is it?
The Life and Times of Paulie the Puck.
Paulie the Puck. Okay, so somebody's going to text in an AI-generated little visual of what Paulie the Puck would look like. By the way, Jugs in D.C., who is a kid from Chaminade that lives in D.C., said, tell Uncle Rich I'm the guy that ordered the book in Virginia. Tell him thank you. Can he also write Avoid the Clap in the copy that I ordered? That's from Jugs in D.C.
I wished I could. Send it back to me, and I'll see what I can do.
It's a lot of postage going back and forth.
Yeah.
Jugs, just order another book. Also, Doug McElhog, a great sports information director.
I love Doug.
St. Louis U and later SIUE. I mildly object to Rich's negative characterization of SIDs. I believe my routine response to a crazy media request would always be, let me see what I can do, and then come back and say sorry. So there was a routine there.
Well, Doug was nice, and of course we were local. We knew him, and so he was a lot nicer than some other guy. And it comes to Wichita State. I don't know what the guy's name was, but you know, when Wichita State came for Arch Madness, when they were good.
And the coach was a little rough.
Yeah, he was. Greg Marshall was not the nicest guy in the world. However, he couldn't have been nicer to me. This SID wasn't. His first thing was no. I said, I'd like to get, coach for a minute and a half. That's all I need when he's done at the podium. No, we can't do that. We can't accommodate you there. I thought, well, for Christ's sake. And so I stood there, and when Marshall came out, I said, hey, coach, you got a minute and a half for local TV. It's all I need. Sure. Boom. I was done in a minute and a half. Same thing with Ron Baker, the kid that was a great shooter for Wichita State. And this SID, I'm sure, was just PO'd. Because I did that on my own and didn't go through him.
Yeah.
Rich, any good Ted Koppler stories? That's from the 314.
Gosh, a bunch of them probably. He was.
So did his dad start the company?
An interesting gentleman, Ted was. Yeah, his dad, Harold, was a big entrepreneur in St. Louis. I think built or certainly had a lot to do with Chase Park Plaza, Lake of the Ozarks, developing all that. But Ted was great to me. He could not have been nicer.
Good morning, fellas. This is Doug from St. Paul, Missouri. Now, where the hell is St. Paul, Missouri?
That's one I haven't heard of.
It's up there by Wentzville.
Past Wentzville.
A little bit north of Wentzville.
Really? I pride myself with little towns in Missouri, but I haven't heard of that one.
You and I would do the quiz whenever the Missouri State High School, when the playoffs would come out, we'd look at the breakdown, Class 1, Class 2, and we would sit there and say, okay, where's Hayti? Where's Dexter?
Yeah.
But anyway, Doug from St. Paul, Missouri wants you to know, Rich, sitting here enjoying the world-famous TMA, my lovely wife, Kathy, is now ordering. There's a snake down there.
Good.
Knowing how Rich can tell a story, it should be entertaining for my kids. Have a great day, gentlemen.
Well, that's so kind of him, and I should let them know that this isn't a bad story about a snake. In fact, that's part of the charm of this book. Is there really a snake down there?
No, brother.
Really in life.
Is there, Doug, really a snake down there? And I've also hidden little snakes on every page for little kids to find.
Okay.
Kind of like a Waldo thing.
Yes, a little bit like that.
As always,
Doug
Rich
just showed me this picture. Look at this.
Do we have AI created?
Did you see that?
Life and Times of Paulie the Puck.
Well, for crying
that
out
took
loud.
15 seconds to generate. You don't have to pay anybody to do that stuff.
That's exactly what I would use. That is the cover of my book.
What is the world?
No, we're putting illustrators out of business.
What is the world coming to when Doug is teaching people about technology?
Well, it's so easy. If you don't keep up with AI, you're going to be left behind.
I don't know how you did that, but I hope you can
Just
send it to my phone.
GPT, and I said, send me a picture of Life and Times of Paulie the Puck.
That is beautiful.
That's what it made.
Now I'm going to write my book later today called Billy the Puck. No offense, Rich, but I've got an idea too. Guys, as always, Rich is smooth as cream corn. I think that's a positive. Tell Rich hi from Quincy. And they wrote in from the 217, which is what, Central Illinois? You worked in Quincy,
I did for 4.5 years. I loved Quincy, Illinois. I was up there just a week ago. My wife's mother is up there in a home and played Westview. It's my favorite golf course. It's their public course. It's just beautiful. Mm-hmm. So I played. I can't play much golf nowadays. In fact, I thought when I retired, aches, pains, and a car accident that I was in Florida prohibits me.
Oh yeah, I remember that car accident.
It prohibits me from turning. Prohibits my neck from.
Oh, it's the worst. You love the game of golf.
I did, and I played it a lot. And I thought that I would play, and I can't practice either, Martin. I can't stand on a putting green. I would do that for an hour. And I can't do it for 5 minutes.
Can they do an injection in the neck? Anything? Nothing?
I'm trying to get stuff done, but so far nothing's worked.
What about a little legal matter down there?
That I would.
Hello, Brown and Crouppen.
Hello, Brown and Crouppen.
Well, that's. I called them.
Oh, did you? You should have.
They didn't take my call.
Oh, they didn't like the case.
No, I've got somebody looking into it.
Okay, good for you. Let's see. There's a lot of questions fired. Get him in now because I think he's going to do a drive. Are you going to invade the Courtney studios too and do a little guerrilla marketing?
I don't think so. I didn't see her in there. Of course, you've got the tinted windows. So.
Can I ask Uncle Rich a question?
You can. This is Chairman Kurt with Rich Gould.
I want to know a little bit about your time with what this drop is alluding to. See if you remember this.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Does that ring a bell? I know it's a short clip.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Clearly, you're sideline interviewing somebody.
I don't know who
you're trying to incite a fight.
It was your time as the sideline reporter in roller derby.
Roller derby? You got that from roller derby?
I don't know how we found that. Play it again.
That might have been at the Silver Cup Series in Madison Square Garden. I don't know.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Yeah, that's probably Jan Vallow or Sherry Eric.
Had to have been Sherry Eric.
Yeah, it couldn't. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Hell
then?
no.
Oh, okay. It certainly couldn't have been Joni Weston.
I forget the context.
I
cut that clip a while back. But yeah, I don't remember who was playing or the names. I would never have that. But.
It was the Bay Area Bombers, and I don't know who they were playing either. But
Charlie
I was
O'Connell.
the guy.
Remember Charlie O'Connell? Oh boy,
I knew Charlie.
Roscoe.
I was the guy who he was the jammer, wasn't he?
I think
he was fast.
Dynamite Mike Gammon. He was born on skates.
I was the guy who got between them when they were fighting between periods. Mm-hmm. So I'd get there and I'd talk to Bill Hill or whoever I was talking to, and I'd have to push him away, keep them from killing each other. That was fun.
Has Uncle Rich given a traffic cone a heave-ho lately? Is that a callback of some sort?
It does not ring a bell.
Okay. Does Craig...
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
There you go. Fan show. Does Craig run a music label in L.A.? sounds made up.
I wouldn't think that that Cree would ever do anything like that, but I haven't talked to him in many, many years.
A couple of questions about the I Want to Be Rich promo campaign. They said, were you mad? They said, how did it come about? Another person said, were you mad when Brett Hull said he didn't want to be Uncle Rich with I Want to Be Rich?
How it came about, I think, was it was a popular song at the time, and either Susie Schrappen, Dave Mall, or Randy Liebler came up with the idea. Those three would always come up with different weird ideas for promotions, and this was one of them, so they made a head and put it at hockey games. As for Holly, no, I can't. I certainly don't blame him.
For not wanting to be, like trade roles from being a hockey superstar to hosting on Sundays.
Yes, I don't think Brett would like to do that.
Jamie Rivers says, is that the legendary Rich Gould? You tell Uncle Rich to give me a call. We can work on his neck, because Jamie Rivers and his wife just took over the old Ozzie Smith medical facility where they can do this kind of work. Yeah, PT said, tell Rich
I will do that.
Give me a buzz.
Because I am in pain. And
that's
Jamie's a friend, and I haven't spoken to him in a while. I sent him a text, I think, 4 or 6 months ago. I forget why. Maybe it was his birthday or something.
Well, he said,
but good.
He wants you to give him a call. Then he said, also, ask Rich about the segment we did on my tattoos over at MP O'Reilly's. God, there's a callback.
I can't remember. There are so many things you can't remember when you get out of it.
We're day to day.
I can't
even
remember MP O'Reilly.
Or day to day. You're right.
Was it on Shoto?
I remember the name, but
It was like the party place at night, late night, MP O'Reilly's. Oh, my God.
You reach an age where your concern is what's for lunch, not something you did 25 years ago.
That's exactly right.
Road family game night. Can you imagine that?
Where are you coming up with this stuff?
You live on this show, Uncle Rich.
I don't know how.
Dave Mall has texted me. Thank you for the shout out this morning. I passed my neighbor, good guy, faithful listener of the show. So Malsey's neighbor was the one who must have texted about Malsey.
Yeah.
And now Dave Mall, formerly of the Channel 11 and Fox TV.
He's doing, I think Dave's doing some work with his brother-in-law, doing some construction work, but he also hangs out at the Moose Club over there in Swansea.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
I like a good Moose Club.
Big fan of the Moose.
Oh, a lot of people wanted to know, did you ever get the pool fixed? They're very concerned about that.
Well, I'm glad that they're concerned, because last summer was a bad summer for me, Doug. It was a bad summer.
What happened?
First of all, I had this car accident, which is still lingering. Then we had the tornado that came through Bridgeton. It wasn't, a huge one, nothing like the devastation it caused a little bit later. But it was enough to ruin my pool. I'm convinced of that. Really? Of course, the insurance people didn't see it that way.
Imagine that.
The insurance people said, oh, no, that's hydrostatic pressure. Something happened in the bottom that's not covered by your policy and lifted the pool up, and so it's destroyed. But, of course, we owe you nothing. I thought, well,
how'd that feel?
And then the guy who was a nice fellow, but he tried to convince me. He showed me a picture before we started work on the other one. He showed me a picture before the tornado from
the Google map or whatever.
Google Earth, Google Maps, something like that. You're looking straight down at it. He said, see here, you can see where it's... I said, no, I can't see there. My question to you is, how the hell can you see there? that thing's taking 1,000 miles in the air or whatever it is. So I can't.
But I think it got sorted out, right?
No, I mean, the only way it got sorted out was me buying a new pool.
Oh, no.
That's still down. And I'm not going to talk much about this because I want to.
Are we treading into dangerous territory?
I want to. Right now, the pool looks great, feels great, water's good, everything's terrific. And I couldn't be happier with my landscaping guy, Rob. He's been good.
We love Rob.
It's not complete, and it's been over a year.
Oh, no.
But they brought it in on a crane.
Yeah,
I think
craned it in.
You sent us photos,
it's a big
I think.
shell.
Yeah.
And you lift it over the house. Took all of about 5 minutes.
God, I'd be so nervous. Can you imagine driving there, operating the crane, and you got a pool dangling over someone's home? Wouldn't you be sweating bullets?
I mean, yes, I would be.
Everything's just wet.
I would be.
Yeah, my neighbors had that done, too, the crane, the pool over the house thing.
It's a good way to do it, especially if it's a fiberglass pool. So whoever called and said that, thanks for the concern. Yes, it's finally mostly taken care of, and I'm in it all the time.
Somebody tell Uncle Rich he needs to call James Carlton, who is the insurance agent of this show. We'll come back, and say goodbye to Uncle Rich here. I got the hard wrap. We're way behind. I know that's how we get. We've got Robert Thomas coming up 10:30 anniversary of the Blues Stanley Cup win 7 years ago in Boston. Darren Pang joined us early. You can always find that on the podcast, the Schaefer Door Podcast. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna. We're inside the Stiefel Studios on TMA.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel. It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years now, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stiefel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stiefel, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
So this is a Chairman Kurt original. Rich, take a listen. I had a Navy cap on the road.
Thinking about me, baby, I know. Navy caps on the road. We want them back, we ask low. Navy caps on the road. Fans are upset, attendance is low. Navy caps on the road. I know make beg, come on, bro.
Tim's big thing is to get the Navy caps back. And the Chairman put a song together. Kind of what, a Shania Twain vibe?
Oh, get out of here. This is Sabrina Carpenter all day.
How did you, who sang this?
This is AI.
He writes the
Totally made it up.
lyrics.
It's AI.
But you could do it with your voice, and they'd put the music behind it, and it would be you with like an orchestra or band behind you.
Mac the Knife.
I gotta learn a little bit more about this AI.
Yeah, you're
So
gonna have to.
I write all the lyrics, and then I write how I want the song to sound, like beats per minute, instruments, and then just kind of
Does
tweak
it say country?
Yeah, like I'll
hip-hop?
put like a dance pop hit.
Oh, I'm gonna investigate this. I got a daughter who's good with computers. She can help me.
You could be a published author and a published musician.
Hey,
By this afternoon.
by this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. The world's changing.
Yes, it is.
If you don't make an attempt to keep up, it'll just pass you right by.
Martin Doug, Chairman, I got to tell you, the first time I met Rich Gould, I was an intern at KFNS. I opened the side door. It's Uncle Rich. He walks in, plops on the couch outside the studio, says, my damn hemorrhoids are killing me.
Oh.
The honesty of Rich. That's from Driver Joe.
Driver Joe, huh?
Do you remember that moment?
I don't
Rich?
remember that
Don't.
moment. I hope he helped me in some way.
Sounds plausible.
I hope he was carrying a tube of H, the preparation H. That would
That's
help.
Uncle Rich with us, Rich Gould, whose book, There's a Snake Down There.
There's a snake down there.
That could be a song.
Little kids love this book. I mean, I can't
Nick
keep
Sirianni loves this book.
Yes, he does. I can't keep the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles reading my book to his
Really?
kids. Yeah. It's
That's
on my
nice.
website, Doug.
Well, that's awesome.
RGOBooks.com. And for all of our teachers out there, or if your husband or wife is a teacher, it's a great idea. Have Uncle Rich come to your school next fall. You do a little book reading. It'd be
I
great
read
for the
to
kids.
them. I talk to them. I tell them jokes. I play my guitar for them. I've got a song about the book. Do all that. It gives the teachers a break for about 45 minutes.
Can they book that online at rgobooks.com? Can they book a visit, or they can contact you
They
through
can
the
contact
site?
me, yeah, and we're happy to go.
Yeah,
For
you're
the
right,
most
though.
part.
As a former teacher, we
There you go.
love guest speaker day.
Yeah. It gives you time off. You can grade papers. You can, step outside, have a smoke, do whatever you want to do. Go eat an
smoke.
apple.
If you have a snake costume, I have mascot experience and no shame, so
Oh,
Okay.
how about a real snake? Travel with one of those giant pythons around your neck.
Those I don't like, Doug.
No,
I'm
I don't
not
either.
Not a big fan of the snake.
No.
Can Rich explain how Angry Kenny became part of the legendary fan show? Was Ken already angry, or did you activate
he was
him?
already angry. He's the angry man. And how he became part is he was just nice enough to say yes. I had an idea. I said, let's get Iggy and dress him up as Father Time or the Easter Bunny or whatever, and have him. I don't want him to do anything except stand there and light up a dart and yell at
It really
people.
took some arm twisting to do that.
Yeah, that's all I wanted him to do. And he was funny at it. He was terrific.
Jesus, come by the show. They can at least give me a meal or something.
Well, and he deserves one, and I don't think I did. I should have.
You owe
I
him a meal.
apologize, Iggy.
Rich, who was your favorite Cardinal to interview?
My
back
favorite Cardinal recently was Arenado. Not really to interview, but just to watch play. Gosh, to interview, huh? I always used
Back
to
in
like
the
talking
day,
to John Mabry.
I could see that.
I don't.
in the
fishing.
in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Rich, Iggy's in there, and they're speculating if you're in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame, and Iggy says you went in the same year as the 1930 Drury swim team. Any truth to that?
He's trying to
I don't
make
know
fun
about
of
the
her.
Drury swim team. The Drury head coach in basketball went in the same year I did. So did Matt Holliday, and I think Willie Rofe.
How about that?
And some others. So
That was
pretty good
recent.
company.
Wasn't that recent? Last couple of years?
3 years ago, I think.
Well, that was a nice moment
Something,
for
yeah,
you.
that was very nice.
And being in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame is great and all, but was Rich ever on Kegler's Corner, which was the Iggy radio show about bowling?
I probably made a appearance, but not a very long one. I don't know anything about bowling.
I could see
I did
you
a story
bowling.
with Pete's dad, Dick Weber, and that was fun. My oldest daughter was a little kid at the time, and she helped me with it. So
I brought Kegler's cornerback, and it was like the talk of the town.
That's Iggy saying that Kegler's was the talk of the town.
Talk of the town.
Yes. Former Fonbon bowling coach, Ken Iggy
They
Strode.
shut down the program after 2 years of his, too. They did.
He just set his shoe on fire.
That was recent, wasn't it?
That was back in the
couple years ago.
HD2 studio.
How did he set his shoe on fire? He just put it down, his sig down for a little bit on his shoe?
I think he had his lighter on him, and there was a loose string, and rather than just pulling the string out, I think
cutting
he burned it.
Burned it off there during the show.
Rich came to my son's school a few years ago. Thank you, Rich. Great experience for all involved. That's from the 314.
Good.
See, get your kids' school lined up for next fall by going to rgobooks.com. There's too many coming in. But, Rich, who is your favorite broadcaster to work with? Who's your favorite to listen to?
Well, I got to go back to childhood for that. I was a big Chick Hearn fan, big Vin Scully fan, because those were the two guys that I would walk around with a transistor radio and listen to more than anybody else. Probably Chick Hearn. He was terrific.
Lakers broadcaster.
You bet. Yeah. He was fantastic. Oh, gosh,
what
to
a
work
market
with,
to have Vin Scully and Chick Hearn calling games.
To work with so many of them. You, Rammer, Carpenter was great. A lot of them.
Somebody said their favorite show was Rich and Rob on 1380, and now Rob King is the voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Here's Rob. He's doing a great job up there. They love him in Pittsburgh, I think.
Good for him.
But their radio legend who called Steelers games either passed away or retired. I'm not
Myron
sure which.
Cope? No, that was way back.
I'm not sure what his name was, but I do know Rob King's name. And boy, am I happy for him. He loves it there. The years that I did radio with Rob were my favorite years in St. Louis and in the media.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, that was great.
Was that where was 1380 low?
It was down in Webster Groves.
Webster Groves.
Yeah.
Where 590 ended up, or no?
I don't know where they ended up. All I know is it was in Webster Groves and when we did that show.
What about that?
Oh, no, hold on. I'm getting them mixed up. No, it was in Clayton.
Clayton, okay.
It was in Clayton, right around the
Sevens
corner.
building?
I think so, yeah. Right around the corner from that good hamburger joint that's no longer there. They had a good hamburger
the Fatted
place.
Calf?
Fatted Calf.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, Rich, great to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming in. That's it.
It went quickly, and I appreciate that, and thank you. People don't care about me anymore, nor should they. They've got
nor should they.
They've got other things to do. But I got more stories to tell, man. I didn't tell you guys about the time I drove George Foreman around in Sacramento, did I?
No.
You haven't heard that. So you haven't heard about the time where I drank vodka with a Russian boxing team, did you?
No.
Doug? You haven't heard those?
No, I'm not heard.
And you taught Rush Limbaugh everything he knows about
I taught Rush
TV.
Limbaugh how to do television.
Did you really?
I did. I have more. I'll let you know.
Were the Kings there when you were there in Sacramento?
First year I was there.
Now they got the A's this year. Think about it, Doug.
I'm
now
thinking
they got
about
the
it right
A's,
now.
Now they got the A's this year, and then they had the Kings.
But I've got more. So
why don't you write a book about your career?
Nobody cares about what I've done in that. Although I do have enough stories that could be semi-funny to some.
Yeah,
your kids and grandkids will care.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be something you publish and sell, but if you just took a couple hours just to write down some of the things you did, I bet future generations would say, that's pretty cool.
Well, they might. They just might. I might do that.
Yeah.
Rich signed a ticket stub for me at the old Busch Stadium. I was probably 10 years old, and now I'm almost 40.
Damn.
You signed a ticket stub. That's how old it was. They actually had ticket stubs.
I thought you got in with AI.
We need more Uncle Rich.
Now you can print a ticket stub with AI.
Yeah, probably could.
Never buy a ticket again to see these guys.
Well, I'm not sure the barcode would get you into the stadium, but it would look like you'd been to the game.
All right, buddy. I'll come see you at the pool, and when the sod is done, you give me a call.
Sod is done. Everything looks nice.
Uncle Rich Cool with us on TMA. Robert Thomas coming up at 10:30 here on 101 ESPN. Hey, we're in the final hour of what's been a chaotic week. Some have said the greatest week in TMA history.
Some are saying, yeah.
Some are saying the worst in TMA history. And then others are documenting weeks that were really bad that they remember. We appreciate all the involvement, the engagement. That's what we're here for, Doug, is the engagement. Is this a remake on that song?
No, it's the original.
Is it really?
Who's singing this?
Is this Mike and the Mechanics?
Indeed.
No.
The Living Years?
Mm-hmm.
Was this been about 87, 88, Doug?
Oh, I don't know
Maybe
the
in the
years.
90s. I don't know. 91, 88?
It doesn't tell me on that, but you're probably right. Tim is definitely right.
It's
You're just
called,
probably
okay,
right.
there it is. It's The Living Years. Kind of a dark turn there. Mike Rutherford, of course, of Genesis. Mike and the Mechanics. December 1988. Didn't I say 87, 88?
Yep.
I kind of, okay.
You get it.
Doug, this weekend, 101 ESPN will carry the NBA Finals. Game 6 coming up in San Antonio. We've got that right here on 101. We've got Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final on Sunday night. So keep it locked on 101 this weekend. We've talked a little bit about World Cup. U.S. and Paraguay tonight. That's on the old 2 Fox. 8 o'clock kickoff there. Cards in Minnesota for the weekend, and they are sitting at 8 games. Over 500. They come back next week for a 3-game series. That's it. Kind of weird. Back in town. Padres are here Monday. And hopefully Tim, Jackson, the whole gang will be back together. Chairman Kurt doing yeoman's work. Do we still have drops of the week to go as well?
We do have drops
Holy
of the week.
Smoke.
So much to get to here with only 46 minutes left.
Oh, no.
So we should probably take a break.
Yes, we should. We've got the Design Air email of the day. That's coming your way next.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights last night 4-2 and take a 3-2 series lead in the Stanley Cup final. Game 6 will be on Sunday night at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
A Genesis theme because Mike and the Mechanics, Mike Rutherford from Genesis, now Genesis. Was this just handy?
Yeah, it came up as artist you may also be interested in.
If you were on Mike and the Mechanics, it'd get you right away to Genesis. Team A, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin Doug, Chairman Kurt with you on Friday. There's a tradition here, and it's that we're on time with our breaks. No, that's not. It's not it at all. It's Drops of the Week, Doug. It's brought to you by our friends, I believe, at VIP as well.
Hit the lever.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you got to drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Flip that off.
Papers, is it okay if I wrap the call?
Do you tell your boss you have diarrhea?
How could you not care about that?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Just knocking bitches out.
We were driving by there one time as a family, and my little brother goes, Dad, Sister Teresa said they don't know where the Ark is. It's right there. I said, you dolt.
That's the whole story?
I found an 18 and a half inch footprint.
Is this Lexington steel?
We'll come back with Little Ween.
Yeah.
9:17 a.m. yesterday morning, twice in 2 minutes. He called Papers a son of a suck ass.
Suckle some protein out of my beard.
Get on the train or get run over by it.
Anything else?
Man,
Oh, you don't believe in
man.
Bigfoot, do you?
Loch Monster.
Huh?
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Good job, Papers.
All right.
Left that before he left, Doug, in a parking lot show yesterday. He left that for us.
Well, that was nice of him.
I enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
And Iggy's story, that was the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
We actually heard it wasn't clipped off.
No, that was it in its entirety.
Instead of clip that off, that was it. That was the whole story. All right, time now for the Design Air email of the day.
Doug, you're on the read today, right?
I don't have any emails.
I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to you.
Okay.
Hi, Deus. I miss Tim. How is Tim doing? I miss his laugh. I miss his smile. I miss his cuteness. To make you feel better, Tim, I am offering my legs to you. I have a 36-inch inseam, and I don't need them anymore. I don't know how I will make it through the weekend without Tim.
Stop.
Oh, wait. Monday is the first of the Iggy hat giveaway. I got my pen and paper ready to keep track. 72 hats and 72 days will be worth one Iggy hat. The small joys in life. Well, gotta go. Get well, Tim. That's from Doug Snuggle Buddy on the train, the South City implant.
South City implant.
And he doesn't need his legs anymore?
Not when Tim can use them.
I guess he's sitting down all the time now.
Morning, guys. Since Tim is sick, I also decided to get sick, so here's a song. Tell me, Ma, when I go home, the Dougs won't leave the boys alone. Pull me hair, stole me comb. That's all right till I go home. Doug is handsome, Doug is pretty. Doug is the belle of St. Louis City. He is a Corton 123. Please won't you tell me his hog size because the grease truck yesterday wasn't big enough?
Is that Kevin Miller?
Thanks and screw Chuck Todd. That's Jugs in D.C.
Jugs in D.C.
Jugs in D.C.
So Timmy's still out, eh? Well, all said for the inmates running the asylum this week. Kudos to you, Martin, Doug, and Jackie. You keep it loose, you keep it tight, and you did it right. Aside from some background coughing and Doug sneezing into the mic twice, pretty good work. H to the Izzo, V to the Izze. When Tim comes back like Jordan wearing the 4-5, we can all feel warm and safe again. Like a long hug from a grandparent or a stranger side-eyeing you at the urinal, or the sports radio show that 30% sports, 20% back in my day, and 50% culturally insensitive sports betting tips. These are the moments in life we look forward to. To the weekend we go, Doug. That's Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
And Doug, finally, as the St. Louis Blues were conceived with the franchise's first game in the fall of 1967, the parents of yours truly conceived me in Crestwood that same September of 1967. 9 months later, on June 12, 1968, I entered this world just a few days after the Canadiens completed a sweep of the Blues in the Stanley Cup Final. For the next 50 years, the Blues and I continued our connection. We both did nothing but disappoint those believing in us. Yzerman, Nick Kyprios, Nassim Kadri, I could go on. Then on the franchise's and my 51st birthday, June 12th, 1968, it happened. The happiest day of my life. Then COVID. Then we signed Kyrou with a no trade. Then Winnipeg in 1.6 seconds. We are both disappointments again, but we'll always have June 12th, 2019. That's from We Too Low. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air
Too Low
Heating and Cooling email
South
of the
City
day.
Implant, Jugs in D.C., We Too Low,
and Bro Fallon.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
Those are those. All right. We will announce the winner of the Design Air email of the day before this show wraps at 11 o'clock. BK and Ferraro at the top of the hour. Next, it's Robert Thomas of your St. Louis Blues. We look back on Game 7 in Boston. Back inside the Stiefel Studios, Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you. Tim under the weather, hopefully back with us Monday. Jackson, excused absence, hopefully back on Monday as well with the whole gang. But in the meantime, let's talk about the 7-year anniversary of the Blues Stanley Cup. Every June 12th, we stop, we reflect, Doug, we pay homage. And there's only a handful of players left on the Blues from the team that night, and that includes our friend Robert Thomas. Robert, welcome into the program. How are you doing these days?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me back on. It's tough to see Action Jackson taking the day off. Eh?
No, I feared if you knew that you might cancel. That's why we didn't tell you.
That's funny.
How's the golf game?
Say my golf game's actually pretty good right now. I haven't played too much, but when you just find something in your game and it just helps you out. I think I'm on that path right now.
Where are you in St. Louis for the summer? Are you back in Canada? What? It's not my business, first of all, but I was just curious.
No, we're going to spend a lot more time here in St. Louis this summer, so try and fight off the heat a little bit and the humidity. But we're going to be around a lot this summer.
Besides golf, what else do you do to stay busy in the summer?
A lot of family time. You miss so much time with your kid during the season, whether it's traveling or practices, games. So, try and spend a lot of time doing stuff that you're not able to do during the season. Obviously training a lot, but also playing other sports. I just recently got and played my first game of padel. That was a blast. Play some pickleball here and there and tennis and stuff. So, try and play some other sports and kind of stay active.
And padel is like a version of pickleball, or it's kind of similar?
Yeah, it's hard to describe. I think it's like a mixture of tennis, pickleball, and racquetball maybe. But it's a blast. It's a lot of fun.
We had Panger on 8 o'clock hour just talking about Game 7 in Boston, how fresh the memories are. And for you, I was just thinking about it. I mean, you were 19. What were your emotions going into that game that night?
Yeah, a lot of nerves. I think, looking back on it, on the whole run and experience, when it happens in your first year, you kind of take it for granted a little and maybe don't feel the same feelings as guys who'd been in St. Louis for a long time. And, but you kind of remember that feeling always, especially now, 7 years later, you want that feeling again. And, the next time you do have that feeling, it's going to be pretty special as well. But, I would say nerves, but also confidence. Our team was in, a lot of do or die situations throughout the year and playoffs. And, we always found a way to stay calm and confident. And, so I think that was part of it as well.
I think Pat Maroon told me a story that it was early in that playoff run that Alexander Steen, I don't know if he said it to the team or to Maroon and others, but he said, Steen said, we're going to win the cup and it's going to be on the road, maybe a Game 7. And Maroon said, I'm going to Boston. He goes, he remembered that. There did seem to be, despite the, really deflating Game 6 home loss when the town was ready, there seemed to be just kind of a confidence. And even though that's a daunting task to win a Game 7 on the road in Boston, it didn't seem like that group was rattled at all.
No, not at all. I think, Patty said it best. I don't remember that Steiner conversation, but it sounds exactly like something he would say. He's a pretty smart guy, and there was a lot of confidence in any situation where it seemed like the odds were stacked against us.
In a game like that, a Game 7, you said there's obviously a lot of nerves. Do those go away once the games start, or do you carry that pressure with you throughout the 60 minutes?
No, I think they go away after the first couple shifts. That's usually how it happens. Maybe the first shift you're a little nervy or a little kind of wired of excitement, but they go away pretty quickly.
And I referenced this earlier as well, but just the Chief, it's now infamous, can't even play it probably with all the bleeps, but the pregame, very brief, but just I felt like it just captured kind of Chief's persona as well. Like, we're not taking any crap from anybody. Let's go. Let's get the cup. Let's get it on the plane. Let's go home. That just watching it, I think Blues fans get chills. How about being in the room when he gave you that little pep talk?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the room for that one, but that's typical Chief. He knew what to say at the right times and the right moments, and he's so connected with the team. So he knew how to get everyone on the right page and with the right message, and that's what he always did.
Oh, you weren't in the room. Were you taping your stick?
No, I had a broken wrist, so
okay.
I was up top watching that one.
I know. I just wanted to see if you had taken it in at all at that moment there. How about this summer? Now we've talked. I can't remember the last. I'm being honest. I can't remember the last time that we had you on the show, and a lot has transpired, of course, during the season. What's going on right now in your world? And I mean, I know your hope is to be here, and you told us that at one point. Where does that sit? How do you approach it?
Yeah, no, that's not changed at all. I don't think really much has changed. Me and my family love being in St. Louis. Our daughter was born here. She loves it here, and nothing's really changed. So just kind of going about that. Obviously, spending a lot of time in St. Louis, which is nice and exciting. So I don't think anything's really changed.
Do you think is that conversation gone away at least? Have you and Steen had a chance to talk kind of moving forward that you're all on the same page at this point?
Yeah. There's been conversations, and we feel like the page is kind of turning on that, and we're looking forward to next year, and obviously anything can happen, but I think we're moving towards next year and how we can make the team better.
And what did you think about the finish where you guys had some momentum there, second half momentum at a point there? Do you feel good about the group you got coming back?
Yeah, I do. We got a lot of young, I think we ended the year with one of the youngest teams in the league, and we played with some confidence and some attitude, and I think that's what's going to bring us success. Obviously, it doesn't just carry over like that year to year as we've learned, but I think last year as a whole was just a great learning experience for a lot of young guys and for a lot of guys in the core of the team to make sure we don't get off to that same start again.
And Monty kind of said he thought it would start in training camp, that it might be a tougher camp and just kind of like locking in earlier. Do you think there's something to that?
Yeah. You know what? We obviously got to try something different, whether that's a harder or a different training camp. We'll leave those ideas to him, and, it's his camp, and obviously something has to change, and hopefully that's the answer to getting off to a really strong start.
Have you watched a lot of the playoffs this year, or is it hard to watch when you're not involved?
No, I love hockey, so I've been watching almost every game, and it's been as a hockey fan, obviously it sucks you're not in it and it hurts, but as a hockey fan, there's been some exciting games, that's for sure.
This is 3 years out of the last 4 that the Blues have missed the playoffs. That's a dry spell. That's a tough road to go, isn't it? You guys got to be frustrated by that.
Yeah, we're definitely really frustrated. We obviously have seen a lot of turnover in the last couple of years, and we haven't been able to gain some momentum. And like I was saying, we ended the last year with a really young team, and we have a lot of confidence in a lot of our young players to really grow and continue to get better and really build a foundation that we can have a good run of success with.
How good do you think, if a full season, Holloway, Snuggerud, yourself, would you look forward to like that group just being together for a full season?
Yeah, I think with a lot of guys, like you mentioned, Holly, he's played 2.5, maybe 3 years in the NHL, and just the progress you see every year with him is amazing, and he's only going to get a lot better. Snuggie, obviously, it's his first full year, so he's got a lot of room to to reach his ceiling. He's got a very high ceiling, and we're really excited about him. So there's just so much room to grow with everyone, and I think that's what makes where our team's at is so exciting.
I see you're going to turn 27 here in a couple weeks. Does it seem kind of odd that you're really at 27, one of the grizzled veterans of the team now?
Yeah, just looking back a couple of years, I feel like I was the youngest guy on the team, 4 years ago, and now you're kind of one of the older ones. So, it kind of feels a little different, but I still feel pretty young.
Now, at that time, winning the Cup, all these details, it all gets mixed up in my head, Doug, but were you still in the Tkachuk household back then, that summer?
Yeah. I was there for a bunch of years, had a lot of fun, and still go back quite often for dinner and bring the family over. So it's really nice.
Just don't sit in Big Walt's chair. That's the only rule there. That's the only.
Yeah, that's never changed.
Well, you are welcome on this show. A friend of the show, we extend that offer. Anytime you want to phone him, Jackson will be back next week. Tim will be back next week. You want to talk golf, whatever, just swing on by, call in. You are a friend of the show, all right?
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys. Good chatting.
All right, that's Robert Thomas with us from the Blues, of course, part of that Stanley Cup winning team. I knew he came back. He played in Game 6 and then did not play in Game 7 because he had gotten hurt early in the Stanley Cup final and tried to come back. I guess that was the home game, the Game 6 home game. So
they would never have got there without him.
No.
I didn't remember that he was 19 at the time.
Yes. But Doug was right early in the show. I had to issue an apology because I forgot that Kyra actually played during that season in a handful of games. All right, we still have the winner of the email today. We're getting this clock back on track. We're in the Stiefel Studios. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. FlyMidAmerica.com. That's the website to head to book your next flight. You want to get away this summer, maybe a beach for the kids. Go down to Fort Lauderdale, Destin, Fort Myers. They're all over Florida. Allegiant flights at a reasonably priced. You can find those on the website. And when you're flying out of MidAmerica St. Louis Airport, it's all about the convenience. I think Carlos Spicy Wiener was texting earlier that he was headed to Gulf Shores. They added Gulf Shores about a year ago. Whether you're going to Vegas, Florida, so many great destinations, all from Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. And when you fly out of MidAmerica St. Louis Airport, it's just convenient. It really is. I've been talking about it for a long time. We did the flight to Lauderdale for spring training, my wife and I. You get out of the car, you grab your bags, go through security. It really is about 20 minutes from your car to the gate. That's just unheard of these. And there's no berating officer either. They don't need it. MidAmerica, St. Louis Airport, there really is a difference. Flying out of there, get online, book the flight. Check out the Allegiant opportunities there at FlyMidAmerica.com. Good old text history will tell you. When a guest was on, Robert, the last text was March 10th. So you must have been on the show, Doug, March 10th. That's what I can tell you.
Oh, is that right?
Last text exchange. He's a big Jackson guy. Gets mad when there's a sports center update and he doesn't call himself Action Jackson.
I mean, I feel like I've done a decent job today.
No, I know.
And he just was fawning over Jackson not being here.
Kind of rain on your parade.
Come on, 18.
Mm-hmm.
Good to have Robert Thomas on the show. What a night that was for all the Blues players, especially a 19-year-old gets to win a cup in his rookie year, albeit the injury, and people pointing out was the Krug hit. That was in Game 1. Blues 7-year anniversary of winning the Stanley Cup. Fun visit with Darren Pang, the always excitable Darren Pang in the 8 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast. Brought to you by the Schaefer Door Company. This is TMA. Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you. And we're getting it done on this Friday. I got to say, I think that it's been a good show. I'm just going to say it. I don't care. I'm just going to say it. It's been a good show. Doug,
It's been fine. Sure, it's been good.
Allow the text line to disagree.
Oh, well, they hate everything.
Disagree as you may or might. Fun show.
Pang was great. Rich was phenomenal.
Uncle Rich, Bob Thomas, giving us a little blues cred on this show. And we got an email of the day winner. We also, is this a Who's Your Grandma? What's your grandma? No, who's your grandma?
What'd your grandma think?
What'd your grandma think?
Very short edition, super short edition. But last night after Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, John Tortorella was asked. I believe was asked about the goaltending situation, and he was very curt with his answer.
John, did you consider at all going to Aiden Hill in the third period, or was there any conversation you thought about it?
Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard.
Huh. Okay, and that was that.
As I said, abbreviated version of "So What'd Your Grandma Think?"
How would you like to step into his? You got to be ready, right? Because you know you're going to get nuked. Was there now? I don't put you on the spot. But was there a follow up? Hopefully, the guy followed up and said, "Well, no, it's not a stupid question, and here's why." At this point with John Tortorella, you've got to be ready for that.
That was the end of the clip as far as I could see, but I'm not sure how the reporter responded.
But don't you agree that if you're a reporter at this point with Tortorella, you've got to be ready?
I kind of like when the reporter gets unfairly jabbed at when they strike back a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I did too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right?
What was the one? Are you being pissy, or why are you being so pissy?
It's a Connor McDavid. Or no,
Draisaitl.
Leon Draisaitl. Yeah.
Seemed like he and the reporter had a history, and they'd go back and forth. I think you could do a "What'd your grandma think?" with Tortorella like almost every night.
Yeah, I'd like to see a lot of the media guys get together and just purposely ask Tortorella questions that he's not going to like, just to see how he respond.
Or just what I would do now at this point, because he can't handle what are fairly commonplace questions. Maybe just go with the absurd. Hey, John, do you think your choice of tie tonight might have cost you the game?
Who's big for you?
This was one of my favorites.
Are you raising your voice at me? Are you raising your voice at me?
That was
McKernan, who, of course, is just a legendary tough guy. He just would not want to. Why would you? Doug, you would never raise your voice at McKernan,
No,
would you?
he's the boss. He's in charge of everything.
Let's wrap it up, fellas.
Oh.
Okay.
For this segment, then we'll come back and tell you who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I'll take you to break. This is 101 ESPN. This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We've got Game 5 of the NBA Finals on Saturday night at 7:30. You can hear that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Kurt at the controls. His name's Kurt. Great job. Chairman Kurt at the controls. Doug made it all week. I made it 3 days. Tim will be back on Monday. Jackson back on Monday. Before we go, email day winner is?
That would be We Too Low.
We Too Low. Congrats. You are the email of the day winner, brought to you by Design Air. We got to roll out of here. We're running way behind. It's Jackson's fault. BK and Ferrario are next.
Well, all right.
Not as easy as it gets. Here, we're back. Goodbye.